Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're Jameson with Games. Happy Sunday, folks. That Ev in the house. Happy Sunday. Jacket, I know you're there too. You're just, you posted too soon, so it was off the screen by the time I came here. But I feel like it should be read because Jacket went high concept and said, "Good morning, Avatar. Arise from your slumber. It is time to continue the quest, and indeed it is. It's time to play some more Ultima 7 Part 2, Serpent Isle. This is Session 5 of our Ultima 7 Part 2, Serpent Isle playthrough. And it's been a while since Session 4. Oh my. My original plan for the summer was to just mainline Ultima 7 Part 2, Serpent Isle during my vacation when I have more time. Turned out I didn't actually have all that much time during my vacation. We don't need to get into that. But separately, I also created a problem for myself where I said, you know what? Let's play Wizardry Gaiden 4. That will be fun. And it was. It was a lot of fun. But I didn't wind up mainlining this at all. I played it 4 times, and then work started back up. And now here we are. I remember what I was just about to do. And I remember a fair bit about what's going on, I think. And I took pretty good notes, I hope. I haven't reviewed my notes or gone back and watched any tape or anything. So let's all just hope that this goes as well as it can. I mean, I guess it will go as well as it can. But let's just hope that that's fairly well. And without any further ado, let's fire it up. The story so far, for anyone who's not in the know, is that there's this place called Britannia where this guy called Lord British reigns. Is Lord British good? Well, that's sort of been the conventional wisdom, but in recent games, many characters have seemed to disagree. Some of those characters disagreed so hard, it turns out, that when Britannia was first formed as a kingdom that loves... Oh, wow, that have... Alas, no. When the kingdom formed... Oh, dear. I was worried we were going to have a lot of training points. I was hoping maybe I took care of that last time. No. We should spend training points if we have money. At any rate, so... a bunch of people actually left the land that was once called Sosaria when Lord British unified the kingdoms of Sosaria into the Kingdom of Britannia. They left because they thought that his virtue-based religious / philosophical social system was tyrannical. And so they fled. They founded 3 kingdoms in the Serpent Isle. The Kingdom of Monitor, the Kingdom of Fawn, and the Kingdom of Moongate, I think. We haven't been to Moongate or whatever it is yet. And yeah, they've been living there in the Serpent Isle. Meanwhile, back in Britannia, during a centuries-long absence by the Avatar, extra-dimensional traveler, that's this guy right here. That's what his sprite looks like in this game, but just picture my face underneath that helmet. The Avatar was gone from Britannia for many centuries, and when he returned, there was a new organization called the Fellowship, preaching a new system of a philosophy for life that was very much kind of your sort of self-help, multi-level marketing scam. The philosophy of sanguine cognition, they called it. Anyway, that's just a front for an extra-dimensional conqueror called the Guardian, who wants to take over Britannia like he's taken over many, many worlds. His agent, Batlin of Britain, was the founder of the Fellowship and tried to build a Black Gate back in Ultima 7 Part 1, the Black Gate. Tried to build a Black Gate that the Guardian could enter Britannia through. The Avatar foiled him. Then there was also another story in Ultima Underworld 2 that isn't really all that important. We can just skip it. But so I say the Guardian tried again. We foiled him again. And then, now, the Avatar and companions are chasing... It feels a lot longer, but yeah, it's been almost 2 months. Where's my money? Who's carrying the money? I think I am, just in a different poach. Yep. Lots of money. Okay, that's comforting because we probably don't have enough money for all the training we could potentially do. I should check my pocket watch. I never did wind up I'm blanking on the name of your gnome character. But they never wound up playing a big role besides holding extra stuff. But I've heard that the post game of Wizardry Gaiden 4 is actually a pretty compelling dungeon in its own right. So someday I might check that out, in which case, hopefully, those characters will also get their time in the sun. Okay. So the frustrating part here is that we probably can't have any training today. We are in Monitor. So yeah, we've arrived... here's the training grounds. We've arrived in Monitor in the hopes of finding Batlin in Britain, and also finding Elo, that's this old dude's wife, Gweno, who came here ahead of them. Pikeman, how may I be of service? We're looking to train. Alright, gotta come back. Character development is weird in Ultima 7 because... in both Part 1 and Part 2 of Ultima 7, because the RPG systems of this game are not very good. Like, Ultima 7 The Black Gate was a great game, and I'm also really enjoying this so far. No, that's the banquet hall. You can tell I'm an Ultima head, because I can usually read the things pretty quickly. I think the inn actually just has a graphic sign, though. And indeed it does. We've killed the innkeeper because he was a bad guy. So, I'm going to get 12 hours of sleep. The maximum allotted period of sleep. Yeah. Anyway, we're here. Bunch of stuff's going on. Including an ongoing effort. Oh, great. I'm just taking damage. Am I starving to death? Shimino has the food bag. Why is Shimino armed? Okay, fine, Shimino. Use a magic sling. Okay. The Avatar, like myself, is a vegetarian, so I will have pie for breakfast. And perhaps some bananas. And then some meat for all my pals. Amazingly, they made some interface improvements to this game between the two. Between Ultima 7 Part 1 and Ultima 7 Part 2. But they didn't bother to make the really frustrating food system where you need to hand feed individual food items to each of your party members. They kept that. Like, no, we nailed that the first time. Everyone liked that, according to our research. Please step forward. Jeez. Pikeman? Yeah, we're looking to train. Who wants to train? We all do. You know what? I'm going to say nobody for a moment. Okay. Decide who to train first by looking at all our stats and seeing what I would most like to improve. I would like to improve Elo's strength and everybody else's combat. I think are first priorities here. So, I'll start with Elo. Who will he train with? I don't believe that I wisely noted to myself what the different trainers train in. No. So I better do that starting now. I'm training Elo. I believe the Kaladin will train him in strength. Cost 30 or 50 monetary. I hope it's 30, but we'll accept whatever it is. Yes? I'll train thee now. What weapon dost thou favor? That's a great question. Well, Elo likes to use the battle axe. But right now I think he's using a sword. Just a sword. Yeah. I boom. Elo overwhelmed. But he comes back. I think they could have gotten away with not making this part of the system fancier. Strength went up by 2. I think his combat might have changed. I'll have to pay attention to that next time. But okay, Kaladin is definitely strength plus 2. And maybe combat? But I'm not sure. Let's now try it again with Shimino. So Shimino train. Oh, great. Got to close all of those. Shimino can also train with Kaladin so that we narrow this down. Shimino wants to train with Kaladin. I hope that's 30. But it's not a well-chosen font. What weapon does he favor? Well, he favors the absurd choice of the magic sling. I don't know if that matters at all. Beside, like, I don't think there are individual weapon proficiencies in this game. At any rate, training in the Black Gate was just a quick textual description of the training. I think they should have stuck with that. Wouldn't you know? I've already forgotten what Shimino's combat stat was before. I think it was 18. And now it's 21. Oh, thank you. If Elo's... Okay. Then Shimino's is probably 19, or he got more? Well, at any rate, it's strength and combat, which for most characters is probably the most essential pair of things. Dexterity is not unimportant because it determines accuracy, I believe. But, oh good, we're spending 3 training points per training session. That's actually great news. Means this will not take as much time. Okay, well, I'm clearly 20 and 16 for strength in combat, which I would like to improve. My intelligence is high, and also I haven't found my spell book yet, so it scarcely matters that my strength is high. That my intelligence is high. Can't cast spells. Eventually, I'm the only one who can cast spells, so intelligence is a vestigial stat for the rest of them. I favor the Morning Star, I believe. Respectable weapon that is, he says. Leaves quite a mess, though. Yeah, well, I never said I have the virtue of cleanliness. Great. When the avatar is training, it doesn't go into battle combat mode automatically. I hope that doesn't mean I failed at training. It actually does. I trained less than the rest of them. Oh well. I'm going to do it one more time. 22-17. Even though it auto walks me down there. Boom. Dynamic stuff. Okay, there we go. 24 and 18. It's not bad. It's not bad. And I've spent all my training points. Okay, let's train Dupre while continuing to work towards figuring out how we can be done. Or how we can understand how the training works. I'm just going to have Dupre train with somebody else to see what happens. I'm not going to remember all these numbers, though. I'll grab an index card. And I will write 22, 20, 13, 18. Hopefully we still have money. Let's train with Shazana. Shazana's not around. Okay. How about Brendan? How about Luther? Great. We're going to find out how Luther does. I'll train thee now. What weapon dost thou favor? He'll use the halberd, I guess. I think he's been using. Fine enough weapon for a coward. I never did care for that fighting at distance and all. I thinks the only way to victory is to close and hack, and I should know, seeing as I've seen many a battle in my time. Well, so has Dupre, and like you're not that far at a distance fighting with a halberd. Serious training they do here at Monitor. We're leaving it all. That's beaten me. I'm impressed. Oh, so you can win the training combats. That's fun. And Dupre got +3 strength and nothing else. I'll have him train with Kaladin. Next, to get his combat up a little. Wait, he doesn't spend his training points if he wins? Or did he leveled up from winning the fight? Well, you can have one more training session. And then we're getting antsy. The Avatar does not have the virtue of patience. Oh, hey, we don't have enough money. Problem solved. Okay. We're back in business. Am I sure I want to save over this old game? No. I'm not sure at all. I have no confidence in my decision here, but it's okay. We can't train without doing some money changing that I don't want to do. So let's see. Let's go on a quest, on a dungeon delve, and find out if we're up to par. Actually, hold on. Make sure. The Avatar is has inexplicably switched his weapon, which I'm going to put on the ground for the moment, with his side poach. Cedric, welcome. Shimino? No, that's Dupre. Is actually not equipped with a weapon? But why? There's his two-handed sword. I think it's because he was using whatever. Shimino is also just trying to hurt me with his nonsensical equipment choices. And Elo actually has a sword of defense. And you know what? He's an old man. That's a good idea for him to fight with a defensive weapon. Does he have a shield? Sure does. Here, use this shield, pal. Okay. As I recall, there was a woman at the Sleeping Bull Inn. Yeah. You leave these people alone without the game even running. And they're just like, all right, let's swap the equipment around. Let's fight with our bags. So the inn is not far, because nothing is really far. The Sleeping Bull. Yeah, no kidding. Everyone puts their hats on their feet and starts swinging their bags around, and they're all starving to death. There's a character at the Sleeping Bull Inn who wanted me to join her on a dungeon delve. I believe it was you, Blondie. Hold still. I have heard thou art in need of finances, shall we say? I believe that I can be of help. Finances? I will simply say that a little birdie told me thou dost desperately need to sail to Moonshade. Moongate, which I earlier said maybe that's what the town's called. No, a Moongate is a specific thing in Ultima. It's a portal. Now, with Captain Ark a prisoner of the Tower Guards, thou must certainly be trying to scrape together a ransom sufficient to sate those greedy ruffians. I probably had it before I spent it on all that training, but it is also obvious if one thinks about it just so. And how can you help? Not long ago, one of those strange storms took the lighthouse that was up the coast, north and east of here. In its place is a strange building, locked tight and reportedly filled with hideous monsters and great treasure. One I thought of as my beloved, found a key on a creature outside of the building. He gave this key to me for certain favors, and promised to meet me here so we could seek the treasure together. Oh yeah, your beloved. He's not here. Shows no signs of keeping his word, men. I feel terrible, for this time I had given away mine heart, and now 'tis broken. But you've got the key, you say. If thou art willing to allow me to join thee, I can lead thee to a treasure, enough for both of us. I have the key and the instructions, but I'm no match for what may lie ahead. Wilt thou join me in seeking the treasure? Yes, even as this seems like it's probably a trap. I knew thou wouldst be interested. Judging from what I've been told, it would be best if only two went. The danger to any more than two is great. Wilt thou leave thy companions here for their safety? Okay. I'll walk into this obvious trap. Thou art a true friend to them, James. Thou can salve their wounded pride with some of the treasure that we bring back. Here is the key I promised. Ha! It does, doesn't it? Did not take the boys long at all to abandon. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go on ahead if you if there are no objections. And Dupre's like, great, I need a drink. Stay safe, Avatar. Stay sexy, don't get murdered. Okay, so it's the lighthouse north of here. I should open my paratexts. Are they still in my quick access? They are. Oh, so frustrating. You can multi-select all three of them. The map and two other things, the manual and the reference card. But then when you hit enter, it only opens the one that you most recently selected. Okay. Zooming in a bit on the map. Do I have a hotkey that will display this for everyone to see? I do. So it's not obvious to me where the lighthouse is supposed to have been. Unless it's literally... That's a guard tower. Well. Let's find out. Let's see if we can find it. Or is it... It's not this place, because this is the Sleeping Bull Tower. Look! What? Oh, the lightning storm? Yep. We're all terrified of the magic lightning. Wait, maybe the in-game map will make it clearer where the lighthouse is or is supposed to be. Was, I guess is the correct term. I know I have it in here somewhere. No, but you know, a peninsula is a natural spot to stick a lighthouse. That's disturbing. Oh no. Someone... What's this? Garbage. Someone was just chilling when the magic lightning dropped a big rock on them, it seems. Oh no, the Avatar is doomed. No, wait. He did bring some bananas for himself. I might have to resort to eating meat. Which, to be fair, I would do in real life if it was literally the choice between that and starvation. Is this the place you spoke of? All right. Not fresh enough to do a more advanced phrase that I'm not already anticipating what it says. So let me grab the key here. Okay. I know that's an E, but what's the EX? X? The K looking thing is P. Expo? No. Exploding. We're off to a terrible start. Exploding powder. Exploding powder maker. Exploding powder maker. Okay, this is probably not the place she meant for us to search. But let's meet this weird fella. Excuse me. Who dares to disturb the restless repose of the Hierophant of Chaos? Wait, I know thee. The void hath whispered to me of thy coming, hero from a distant land. But dost thou dare to hear the answers to thy questions? So, yeah. Restless repose, you say. Did not faithful Sethis tell thee my fate? Of my fate? I was slain on this very spot, centuries ago, at the hands of the soldiers of order. I don't know, did faithful Sethis tell me of your fate? Let me check my notes. We're breaking kayfabe because I usually pretend that Shimino is the one that the Avatar forces to take notes. Sethis? Sethis? Do I have a Sethis? I have not met faithful Sethis. He does look exactly like the Mist Bros. My spirit hath lingered here, for my final duties remain unfinished. Once I have passed my knowledge to thee, I shall be free to ascend to the void. However, my soul shall not have rest until the Chaos Serpent is restored. Alright. I'm not going to start a new sheet for this guy. I'll just put him on the... Call his job is Powder Ghost. I've already forgotten your name, but I'm sure you'll say it again at some point, maybe. So yeah, there are whispers coming from the void. Do not toy with me, hero. Though our purposes may be the same, our philosophies are not. I know thee to be no friend of chaos. Yet, we can both sense the messages from the void between the worlds, the wisdom of the great earth serpent. We thought him dead or deposed, yet he again speaks to men, though his power is a pale imitation of his former glory. And you think that I have questions for you. I know what thou dost seek, hero, and I am opposed to it. Chaos must reign supreme, and not be unequally yoked to order in the prison known as balance. Yet even servitude would be better than the damnation that chaos now endures, with its forces driven apart and broken. Listen carefully. I shall give thee mine aid this one time, but we must be enemies ever afterward. Well, I like the sound of some aid. I shall now tell thee the way to restore the Serpent of Chaos. Until thou dost do this, balance cannot be restored. I have no love for balance, but I also know that chaos cannot reign in imbalance. Oh, of course. Of course. I'll tell thee how to restore the order, serpent. He'll show me the life of the mind. He'll show me the life of the mind. Ask me these things. Where thou must go, what thou must bring, and what rite thou must perform. Okay, this seems like a roundabout way to do this, but where must I go? The Shrine of Chaos. The Shrine of Chaos doth lie within the heart of the Skull Crusher Mountains. Of course. I know thou hast been in this dungeon, but hast thou found the secret passageways? There are secret passageways in this dungeon. Have I been in this dungeon? Let me look at the map for a moment. Pardon me, folks. I'll just do this in my mind. It's not at all clear to me which mountains are the Skull Crusher Mountains. Well, I'm just going to trust him for now. I see a shadow of a vision, a mighty detonation shattering the great bronze doors. A mighty detonation, perhaps of exploding powder, detonation, must shatter the great bronze doors. Go on. Is this of the future? Or hast thou done this in the past? The rite is to be performed in the most sacred precincts of the shrine, before the wall of lights. The rite must be performed in the most sacred precincts of the shrine, before the wall of lights. Pardon me. But what must I bring to this wall of lights? The rite cannot succeed. One moment. The rite cannot succeed unless thou dost bring the Serpent of Blackrock. Pretty sure I have that. Maybe. Or I've heard of it. To open the wall of lights and admit the energy from the void. Okay. I'm with you so far, in a sense. Any of the 3 serpents shall do, though the serpent of chaos would be most appropriate. Okay. Good God, man. Any will do. Chaos ideal. Adding that as a parenthetical. Thou must also bring the Banes, imprisoned within the prisms which thou hast fashioned. Right, of course. A lot of this is pretty intuitive, man. Could have figured this out from first principles. Okay. And then that's enough, actually. I'll figure it out from there. No. What's the rite that I must perform? Thou must begin by opening the wall of lights. You kind of already implied that. But I guess I'll type it again. Okay, and then... Oh, this is done. Yeah, this could have been condensed, buddy. He's probably lonely. Next, thou must place the Banes upon the altars of chaos. Next, thou must place the Banes upon the altars of chaos. There's really no way to make the note-taking process efficient. Because, like, doing it digital, I need to constantly be clicking back and forth between 2 windows. But if I was handwriting this, that'd be madness. Place the Banes upon the altars of chaos, which are dedicated to their native forces. Of course. And then, when thou hast placed each correctly, you'll see a flame of chaos, okay? If thou dost it right, thou shalt see a flame of chaos. Go on. The time is now right to restore the Serpent of Chaos to completeness. Recite this mantra. Probably it's not going to make me type this, but it might make me select the right gibberish. Then, recite the mantra in pre cli ort ilem. Yep. Preen ort inten mani. All right, awesome. If thou art certain. Yeah, I wrote that all down. Selina wrote it down for me. Hopefully she was honest about it. Because I kind of think she's on the not level. So anyway, you were talking about damnation? Behold the mystery of balance. When order struck down the Serpent of Chaos, the act undid the tapestry of balance. Thus, both chaos and order were doomed. When the serpent was broken, the 3 forces of chaos were driven to insanity. But so was the order serpent. The forces of chaos, eh? The forces of chaos, the sacred embodiment of the philosophies of chaos, were corrupted and became the banes which thou hast fought against. Am I fighting against banes? Didst thou suppose the banes to be innately evil? False supposition! The Banes are only insane because of the imbalance. Restore balance, and they shall be healed. And the Order Serpent. The Serpent of Order thought itself victorious in the war of imbalance. But the act of destroying the Chaos Serpent brought despair. With the great Earth Serpent lost, and the Chaos Serpent struck down, only the Order Serpent remains to rule in the void. Yet, due to the imbalance, the Serpent of Order hath lost its mind. It floats mindlessly in the void, able to coalesce a thought with only the most supreme effort. All right, let's change the subject. Must we? Very well. Bye. Wait, hero. I can only speak with thee this once. Dost thou understand all that I have said? Yes. I disbelieve thee, mortal. Take this scroll. It shall bring out conversation to thy remembrance. In thine hour of need, I must confess, Avatar, there is a mystery which even I cannot explain. The right cannot succeed without an allied force strong enough to weld the Banes together into the Serpent. If you combine the Serpent Isle philosophy with the prequel trilogy philosophy, I think it would have also been bad if Anakin destroyed the Sith. Then again, I do think the prequel trilogy also does try to suggest to us that maybe the Jedi didn't have the best understanding of how things should be done. For all its many obvious flaws, notably that George Lucas can neither write human-sounding dialogue or direct actors to perform in a way that seems human, or, plausible if they're aliens. The prequel trilogy certainly has more interesting ideas than the sequel trilogy. That's kind of unfair to The Last Jedi, which had some interesting ideas, but of course then they literally brought back J.J. Abrams, the guy who has never had an idea, to do the third one. And from what I understand, because I never saw it, it goes pretty hard on me. Like, forget anything you thought was interesting about The Last Jedi. Buckle up and enjoy some nostalgia. Remember when this happened in the original trilogy? The right cannot succeed without an allied force strong enough to weld the Banes together into the Serpent. It is a greater task to restore than to destroy. Yep, that's true. Seek the answer to this mystery or thou shalt not succeed. Now, I must go. Hey, many thanks. Good stuff. The House of the Unicorn. No, I'm sorry. I can't read this much flavor text. What do we have here? Anything good? Anything worth stealing? What's this? Let's go. Oh, a ghost. Excuse me, ghost. Are you the talking kind of ghost? Oh, it's you. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, first of all, this is a glitch. But actually, I have a sudden concern that I need somebody to Google for me. Hello, British. Welcome. The Avatar is out of retirement, but here's the thing. I remember reading that the biggest game-breaking bug in the game involves finding a house with ghosts in it too soon. Does anybody want to quickly check whether that is specifically the Hierophant of Chaos ghost? Have I broken the game? I won't save again. Look, I'm sorry, Selina, but nobody forced you to step in the fire there. Hey, loads of burst arrows. We're never going to use burst arrows. You can't use an area of effect damage weapon in this game. That's just begging for ELO to kill us all from the back row. Uh-oh. I gotta set this door up to not blow closed in case Abra wants to visit. In the meantime... yes, I've broken the game. Okay, so I read that there is a game-breaking bug in this game that is triggered if you visit a house with ghosts in it too soon. And is that specifically that ghost, and did I just break the game? Is the question. Okay. Well, we have the notes. I will never go there again until it feels more appropriate. Because certainly the Chaos Hierophant seemed to think that I should know something about him. I wish I had paid more attention to Selina's exact words. Hold on. Ultima 7, Part 2 transcript. Cannot be displayed in the wiki where I normally look up these transcripts. Well, I don't want to download it. So, okay. That's fair. Honestly, I barely know what would or would not be a spoiler right now. Maybe I will search this area more thoroughly for whatever replaced a lighthouse. Oh, good. The Avatar's hungry again. But I bet would be considered unvirtuous to steal grapes. I had a banana. Didn't I? Was it in my other bag? Is this food somehow? Can I eat pine cones? I am a vegetarian. No, here's my banana. This is a frustrating scenario right now. It's my fault. You know what? Moving around doesn't take that long. And I'd done all the training. Right, yes. Okay. I'll just listen to Selina more closely this time. Hey, Selina, let's breeze through your dialogue again. You say you can help? Strange storms took the lighthouse that was up the coast, north and east of here. In its place is a strange building. I bet it was that second building I found. Okay, in that case... I think we're okay to go back to this one. Hey, Stupinski! Welcome. Yes, I have re-become the Avatar. It hasn't been a seamless return. I may have even triggered a game-breaking bug. Although I've loaded back to get around it. Okay. North and east up the coast. And obviously the lighthouse should have been near the coast. So let's just trace the coast. I ought to also, another thing I should be doing is taking stock, not going in the exploding powder shop. We're not talking to any ghosts until it feels like we should. So this is probably the building she's talking about. She better not have handed me the key. Text message. I gotta keep an eye on these in case it's Danielle. I think she'll call. Yeah. I will have to take an intermission when Danielle returns. Wait, is the door locked? That would be step one. Yes. Selina. You look so much sillier. Oh, good. Oh, good. Ooh. I think I've heard good things about Spirit Island. Okay. Well, her key is not to this place. Unless there's another door. And there is not. Okay. Hey, dead dude. What's this? A bandage. Jeez. Should have put that on a bit faster. What's this? Oh, it's just tall grass. Or even just yellow grass. There's a cow. Which, if my companions were here, I'd say, let's slaughter it. Perhaps this is what she's talking about? Oh, no. Ah. I'm going to try to take you to the treasure. But the problem here, Selina, is that you gave me very vague directions to said treasure. Another concern is that when we go into the dark, I hath not a torch, I don't think. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I guess. No, the battle sucks in this game. At least I'll say this for them. They don't take up a lot of your time. Credit where it's due. Well, I'll just keep going north and east up the coast. I might say that in the interest... Oh, dear. Poison swamp, gators. Let's go back to the road for a moment. Sprint, sprint, sprint. Sleepy. Damn it, Selina. Okay, that's not good. I'm a little tempted to say that in the interests of getting back on track, I want to just look up what the friggin' place Selina is talking about is. North and east up the coast. But when we go north and east up the coast, exactly where you'd expect the former lighthouse to have been, her key doesn't work. Hail, not British, waffle syrup. Glad to have you here. We're back in Ultima 7, Part 2 this time. Uh, they made some notable improvements to the game. The paper dolls are cooler, for example. Uh, they didn't bother to like fix the things that really sucked about Ultima 7, the Black Gate. So the combat still sucks. Feeding time still sucks. But it's pretty cool so far. I'm digging it. Maybe I just clicked wrong somehow with that key. Because this certainly seems like a building that is near where a lighthouse may have been. Which is where I'm supposed to be taking this Selina character. How are you on this fine, nice but pretty cool for the very beginning of fall day? Waffle syrup. What is she holding as a weapon? Is it nothing? It's nothing. Is it nothing? Oh, she's got a ring on. What kind of ring? A blink ring. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, okay. Do not touch my ring. I wasn't trying to touch your rings. I mean, I was, Selina, but it's just because I was curious what kind of ring it was. It's not because I wanted to steal from you or anything. Oh! That's awesome. There's a time when, oh, she's poisoned. Okay. I'm really struggling with this right now. Let me go to the... Look at this map. Sweet. Yeah, like, come on, Selina. I would certainly have preferred to just ask you what your ring is like. I remember, yeah, my buddies Rich and Robert used to be really in years and years ago. Like, maybe not quite a decade ago, they went on an Ancient Aliens kick. I remember because they became convinced. They were like, we should get you. You could be a, like, you work for a university now. You could be one of the experts. And I remember practicing the line, nothing we know about engineering disproves the Ancient Aliens hypothesis. Okay. Painful. I hate you, Selina. Okay. I'm not going to make a habit of this, I hope. But I am going to seek a little bit of online guidance. Just want to understand if I'm like going in the wrong direction here. Okay. Oh, sweet. So your friend could one day be an expert on a revival of Ancient Aliens. So frustratingly, I did just peek at a walkthrough. I didn't get spoiled on anything. I was very careful. But the frustrating part is that the advice was follow the coast until you find this wrecked building. Use the key Selina has to enter it. which, as we've already discussed, does not work. Or maybe this is not the right building. Gold bar. Well, there's certainly treasure here. Wait, is this also a bag? No, fishnet stockings. Does she have another key? No. Is this a glitch? Maybe it's a glitch. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back. Start the Selina quest again. I don't know if that'll help. I mean, maybe that's not the building, but it doesn't make sense for that not to be the building. Maybe she did also give me a key. I'm supposed to just find the one new key in my giant jumble of a bag. Of 2 bags. I can't believe they invented the keyring item in Ultima Underworld 2. And then we're like, that's not really applicable to a top-down game. So you say you can help. Up the coast, strange building, filled with monsters and great treasure. There was gold bar there. Someone found a key outside the building, gave the key, certain favors. Gonna meet you here. Alright. Well, you have the key? Am I willing? Yeah, I'll join you. I knew thou wouldst be interested. Judging from what I've been told, it would be best if only 2 went. The danger to any more than 2 is great. Wilt thou leave your companions here for thy safety? What if I say no? What are you going to do about it? I hope thou dost not live to regret thy decision, James. They are thy friends, and will not thank thee if thou dost lead them to their deaths. Here's the key I promised. Onward. Okay, she gave me the key, and she just has a separate key. That's what's happened here. That's worse. We'll cross this bridge when we get there. Given that it seems very likely that she's leading me into a trap, it's probably good that she's going to let me bring my friends. Although then it makes me wonder, is she really leading me into a trap? If I just say, like, no, I am going to bring my friends, and she doesn't, like, really, really try hard. Or, like, come up with a more plausible story why my friends can't come. Not going into that house, because apparently talking to the ghost in there breaks the game. And when I did talk to the ghost, he made references to things he knew I had done that I had not done. So, Ultima 7. A beautiful shambles of a game. Okay, let's try Selina's one key that may not be the key. That's just not the key. Okay. I must take a quick intermission here because Danielle needs me to help bring in the groceries. I assume. Let's find it. Well, hey babe, 1 second. It's official, gang. It's time for me to help bring in the groceries, and then we get to dig through my bag and try every single key I have on this friggin' door. Hang tight. I'll be right back with you. Okay, we're back in action. Well, action for you know, a certain value of action. We're back to it. Uh-oh. Is there a sound? No. Okay. There's no music here. Thank you, Thedev. Okay. If there's a key in my main bag... Oh, there's more than one. Okay. I was going to say, if there's just one... It's not that one. It's not that one. It's realistic, I suppose, that the bags reorganize themselves constantly. But it's friggin' frustrating for key management. Because you can't just be like, all right, I used that key. I've used every key that is down in the lower right. Okay. Looks like no. Of course, there are many keys in here. As I use them, I'll move them to the bottom right. Remember Ultima 5? Just like a perfect game. They did exactly everything that it set out to do as well as it needed to. What a great game. Is this a key? A gold key to a place with gold bars? Nope. Return with a V. No, I mean, like, you know, there's also something to be said for ambition. Ultimately, we need both for any artistic medium to thrive. We need the polished masterpieces and the flawed gems that tried new things. And if it's just the one that in the top left, nope, of course not. But like, how did they lead themselves to believe that this was not a terrible idea? Success. Okay. So I wasn't stuck before, but I'm glad I reverted simply for winding up with my friends here for this obvious forthcoming betrayal. Or if it's not a betrayal and there are monsters, it'll also be good to have Selina here. Oh no. What happened? She says. Now there are headless a-prowling. Well, let's deal with the headless first. Oh no. What the hell is going on? What a great addition to the Ultima 7 combat mechanics to have both the enemies and the heroes teleporting around randomly. Maybe I should have given Selina a weapon, even though it seems like she's obviously going to betray me. Who needs help? I'm willing to help. What do you suppose the odds are that everyone is surviving this fight? This is... It's something. Remember Ultima 5? When your morning stars and your halberds could just attack through a wall? Didn't make any sense, but it was good and helpful. I can't tell if this is actually a mob that we can deplete, or if the gimmick here is that, you know, this is a gimmick fight of like, find the teleport device. I don't like anyone saying whoops. I mean, what happened is a terrific question. Do any of us even have magic weapons that could defeat a ghost? Okay, what could the gimmick be? That's a very good point, Waffle Syrup. If this is a mob fight, it's absurd. I mean, whatever this is, it's absurd. Hey team, wanna come help? Eventually they sort of do. Oh. Doesn't seem like we're getting any kills. There's blood splattered everywhere, but whose blood? Oh hey, I got teleported again. Whoa! We're not taking any damage. Oh, you hungry? Well, no time like the present. It's just me. Hey, Shimino, buddy, did you open up the food bag? I'll have those grapes. That doesn't work, does it? No. Grapes. Have a banana. Very tasty. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Locked chest. If we move it. Oh, teleported out again. This is not a real fight. Wait. No. But what could the answer be? Let's look in the desk drawers. Is there a button? I don't think there's going to be interactable buttons inside a desk drawer to turn off. Okay, if we go into combat mode, the ghosts just teleport around, they become other things. The fight continues to rage. Okay. Let's retreat. What happened is a terrific question, gang. Nothing too bad since we're all at full health. The only way to win is not to play. Allegedly, Dupre's being hit right now. but he's not. So, Selina. What dost thou wish to speak about, James? Are we there yet? This is the place. We should find the gold. Well, we found all kinds of gold. Oh, I've been teleported. Okay, well, here's the gold. I'll open up the money bag and start taking gold. Won't fit. Is that because this is too many coins? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, it just... Is the bag full? Great. Well, they're really welcoming us back to Ultima 7. In a way, it's a test. Do you really love Ultima? Do you really plan to honor your commitment to play this entire series, knowing that the remaining games are regarded much, much more poorly? Still no one taking damage, right? Yeah. Alright, Shimino. Bust out the lockpicks. Attaboy. Oh, good. A tiny amount of gold. Oh, actually, it's an enormous amount of gold. Is this part of whatever your scheme was, Selina? Because it makes no sense. This is not foiling us in any way. A gem. Is it a magic gem that possessing it is one of these gems magical, and if we possess it, it ends the stupid not combat? No, of course not. Let's do some more not combat. Hey, a gold bar appeared. And the door closed. And there's a gold nugget on the floor. What on earth? I guess we're not on Earth. We're in the Serpent Isles, where everything is wacky. Is something now just forever preventing me from going through that door? Yes. All right. Oh yeah. I guess I can ask you about this fur cap that I'm not wearing anymore, but we had someone has a fur cap or something? Yeah, we've already had that dialogue. A lost ring, an engagement ring. Right, she lost the lost and it... What? Okay, I don't know what this is about. Sorry, one moment. Looks like it may have come from one of the lesser artisans in Moonshade. Okay. Yeah, we can't click on these things. Oh yeah, we can. It is called a headless officially. But they just keep transforming. Hey, I'm in the room. There's the original gold bar. We can see through the thing. Okay. And having done all this... What? Yeah, it's magic. Okay. We are attacked again! Now that we have the gold, I think it is time for me to use my blink ring to escape. I shall see thee at the inn. What is that? Oh, these are actual people trying to kill us. That was the sudden and inevitable betrayal. Selina dropped all her stuff. We have all survived. Okay. That was weird. I guess the fake enemies were there to lure us into a false sense of security. We think, oh, there's no real combat going on here. Separate out all our cool stuff. And then, let's see who could use what. Leather armor. Oh, hell no, Dupre. Have some chain. Very nice. Similarly, this is not a guy who skips leg day. This Dupre. He might seem frivolous sometimes. Oh, whoops. Those are fishnet stockings. Can he wear them under his armor? Maybe he's into that. No, he has to pick one. Where'd the leggings go, though? Oh, because he couldn't wear them, he put them in his pack. Seriously, though, you would think just with the amount of drinking that Dupre does, it would be hard for him to be that cut. A new bag. But that can't be a hip bag, which means probably none of us can use it. Because we all have bags. Okay. Obviously, we'll take the new key. I'll put it in the main bag, so I remember that it's an unsolved key so far. Which might be true of the other bags there, or might not. What's the boots situation? I have magic boots. Black boots. Swamp boots. Leather boots. Are black boots better than leather boots? They look cooler anyway. And then, let's strip the corpses. This guy has a two-handed sword and a letter. Oh, here's the scheme. Journey to the Mint. Ambush the hero there. Succeed in thy mission and thou shalt be richly rewarded. There is but one penalty for failure. Death! Remember, the Avatar often travels with accursed companions, and they may be with him. Ignore the companions. Direct thine energies to one goal, the destruction of the Avatar. Destroy this note. No evidence should be left behind thee. It's so hard to find good help these days. Well, we don't care about that sword. Or do we? No, I think we're happy. So this guy Just has a halberd. Yeah. Don't worry about the companions. They can't feed themselves without the avatar. What, can't move this guy? There we go. Oh, another sword of defense. You know what? Maybe Shimino will be more open to using this than his two-handed hammer. And we don't really seem to be having a problem getting kills. You won't put it over your shoulder? No? Okay, well, just put it in your stupid bag for now. Sword of defense didn't defend that guy very well. I killed most of these guys just on my own. And broke their armor so badly that we can't strip it from the corpses. Okay. Well. That was not a well-executed scheme, Selina. You have a bad feeling? I'm feeling good, Shimino. Feel like we finally accomplished something. We don't need to kill the livestock right now. All right, it's not livestock if they're free roaming. But we don't need to kill any... Oh no, it's just the vegetarian who's hungry. That makes sense. It might become untenable to play the avatar as a vegetarian. But like I said, I'll commit as hard as I can. Oh, hey. One banana was all I needed. My potassium was low. We'll go in through the porch entrance. Hey, folks, we're back. We're specifically looking for Selina, but I bet she's probably fled. Okay. Selina has made her break for it. Very wise. We want to free Captain Hawk, or Captain Hawk. We have so much money now. The only question is, who's the money changer, given that we killed the original money changer for being a traitor? Or imprisoned him. Whether he's imprisoned or dead, which I can't remember, I doubt that he has the requisite privileges. So let's go back to town. But I also need to remember, feels like maybe the Avatar's magic book has been teleported to the magic island of the magic place, which is where we're going via Captain Hawk. But if not, we would really want to find that before we left. I don't know if we really get enough information from the garbage items that we received in the teleport exchange to actually start looking. Here's the jail. Here's Spectre. Hey, Spectre. The only crime of which I am truly guilty is that I allowed myself to be caught. I missed the first line there. Okay. No, Spectre is not going to be providing any services. Well, I hope that's not Captain Hawk. Captain Hawk's not literally here. What's her name's corpse? Lydia's is still here. But I don't think they'll accept that. She was a Knight of Monitor, even if she was a betrayer. And also, given that we do have a crematorium, maybe it's just the decent thing to do anyway. Here, Dupre, take Lydia's many days old body. Just don't inhale too deeply. Let's see, did we get the cool? No, we didn't. Inconsistently, Oh ho! A Banivator has been blocked from posting their stupid ad for cheap viewers. Good work, Twitch auto moderation. How is Shimino just holding 25 loose coins in his waistcoat? Or his belt? I don't know. But yeah, you can get, sometimes, the paper doll to literally switch to a lugging a corpse around paper doll. I doubt they're going to pay me. They'll pay me 100 monetary for every Knight of Monitor who I return to the resting place and cremate. But you know what? Even if she was evil, and even if the people in the jail were themselves evil, it does seem cruel and unusual punishment to leave a rotting corpse in the middle of the jail and force them to be around it all the time. I don't even remember killing that guy. But let's do it. Boom. To her rest. Do you pay up for that one? Technically. What? What? Oh. 'Tis thee again. No. Yeah. Body? No. Only pikemen. Alright. No traitors. That's fine. It's still the right thing to do to cremate Lydia's corpse. We should probably do it to that goblin too. Perhaps we shall soon. Okay. So can someone change our money? Do I have to go to Fawn now to get money changed? Well, what I certainly and obviously do not remember is exactly how to find the town hall. Training hall. Oh, I sort of remember how to find the town hall in the sense that it has a courtyard. Aha. But is there just going to be no one here because all the people who were in charge were evil? Yep. Okay. Let's go to Fawn. Bum, ba, bum. Absolutely a huge fan of the serpents. What the hell is it? Just the Serpent's Fort, whatever the hell it's called, from Britannia. It had its own theme for. Okay, dude. No, I'm not stepping aside. I suppose that would just wish me to operate the gate. Yeah, that's your friggin' job, man. Why don't you just stand by the crank and stop banging into me? Okay. You can't reason with these people. It's a great little tune, but in Black Gate, you only heard it when you went to the Serpent Keep, Serpent's Hold. That was the only time you ever got to hear it. Now, to Fawn. Now, we don't have to constantly hear... Whoops. Oh, great. I'm hungry again. Shimino's having a great time with his magic sling. We're also getting lower on meat, but we know where there's some animals that we can slaughter if we have to. The constant recurring song in Blackgate. Yeah, of course. I'm going to avoid trouble while I'm here. I try to avoid trouble everywhere I go. It finds me, but I'm trying to avoid it. You're not the money changer, I doubt. How may I be of service to thee? You're a healer. That's admirable. Walk in beauty. What is this? I'll just look it up. I'll just read it. It's the palace. It's just the palace. It's just misreading the A's as O's. It's like Palos. The hell is a Palos? Excuse me, are you the money changer? Is anyone in this place a money changer? Excuse me, sir. Barkeep? Don't need your help. Could you be? A moment, if thou wilt. Well met, my lord. 'Tis a pleasure to see thee again. Yes, and a cracking fine mustache, can I say. So you're the Chancellor? I serve as an envoy from Lady Yelinda to the great captains. I oversee all the minor details that should not worry her ladyship. I also exchange various forms of money. If thou dost wish an audience with her, I can examine her schedule. No, I would like to exchange money. I charge a small amount of the money exchanged. Dost thou accept? Well, I guess I have no choice. It's a good business to be in. What coinage dost thou want? Monetary. What dost thou wish to exchange for monetary? Gold coins. 1 monetary for every 2 gold coins. Do I agree? Yes. How many? Let's see. I have 500. I think for now, I'll exchange a lot, but not all of it. 300. Very well. I will take thy 300 gold coins. In exchange, give thee 150 monetary. The 3 is a 5. Subtracting my fee of 4 monetary, for a total sum of 146 monetary given to thee. The transaction is done. So wish to exchange more coins? No. Bye. Okay. So where is Captain Hawk imprisoned in the tower at the Sleeping Bull? He must be. I mean, we were at the jail just now. I stayed out of trouble. I didn't even protest the usurious exchange rate. At least overland travel is remarkably fast due to the chaos of the scale in the game. Okay, so if this is the Sleeping Bull Inn, is this the tower? Let's go down in the dungeon and see. Is Captain Hawk there? Excuse me. Could you unlock this door? Let me go. I'm cold. Sort of. I can sort of do that. I'm trying to sleep. Well, I'm glad you got up. This is the Bull Tower. Knave. State thy business will be gone. We have no time for idle chit-chat with goblins about. Well, I've killed all the goblins. But, you've got Captain Hawk. So thou art a friend of that criminal? His ransom is a mere 100 monetary. We also accept other precious items. Yeah, I'll pay the fine. Dost thou wish to pay Captain Hawk's fine? Yes, that's what I meant by I'll pay the fine. I do not believe that a rogue like thyself has the riches to buy Hawk's freedom. What canst thou give us? Fucking money. Oh, geez. You want gold bars? I got a bunch of useless gold bars. All right, I can step them. Here be the key. Sweet. Although, man, I wish you had just said, I'll go unlock the cell. No need for you to take the key yourself. Well, we know it's not this fancy key. And it's probably not this key, because I had that one before, unless the new key looks the same. And I think, likewise, it's not this one. It's not. But do I have other keys? It could... The key to that other building did show up in my alternate bag, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Well, is this gold key? No. Is it this? No. Is it this shiny key on top of the gold? Yes. Great, I suppose. Captain? Aye, matey. How pleasant to make thine acquaintance, lad. Lad? By your calendar, I am many centuries old. I be Hawk, captain of the good ship Arabella. I could use a stiff drink, lad. Thou canst talk to me at the pub. Sure. I mean, you could have spent a little more time celebrating how great I am, but okay. We've liberated Captain Hawk. Talk to Shimino for a minute. I'm ready to provide whatever aid I can, my lord. Notice that I've pointed this out before, but that was months ago, and also maybe new people are here. In Ultima Underworld 2, for the first time, they made the portrait of Lord British look like Richard Garriott. But now in this game, the portrait of Shimino looks like Richard Garriott. It's weird. I mean, it's not that weird, because those are both his characters. Oh, great. Oh, because it's a scroll. It's not that Shimino reads the list to me. Yeah, this is the stuff that I should have had, but it was all teleported away at the start. Here it is. Okay. We got a pine cone. Great. One of our missing items is by a pine tree. Some sort of vase with soot inside. A strange apparatus of glass and copper. A blank page. Rock. Finely crafted ring of silver of a size to fit a small woman or child. A ridiculous fur cap. Probably belonged to someone in the north. The well-worn slippers belonging to Devra, the mistress of the Inn of the Sleeping Bull. I believe we returned those. Ceremonial breastplate of the priest. We did return that. Strange blue egg. A crude brush. Bottle of ice wine, whatever that is, probably a northern thing. Bloody hand, severed from its corpse, shows no sign of decay yet. Inexpensive shield, sturdy and suitable for battle. Dangerous mineral known as Stoneheart, which is used to produce the illegal reagent blood spawn. The worst part of this is that, we have to find the sources of all of those items in order to get the original items. But it doesn't clearly tell us, there's no clear indication which one might be, say, the spell book necessary to unlock a critical part of the game systems. I suspect that's going to be on Moonshade Isle, but I don't know. Meanwhile, it's like, okay, a pine tree somewhere. So maybe in the forest, who knows? Yeah. A corpse. For a minute, I was hopeful when we found that smashed corpse under the rock, but I don't think that was it. We can't go north, I don't believe. I think we'll get knocked out in this swamp. So the game clearly wants us to go to Moonshade next. But should I look around to see if my spellbook is just on the ground next to a pine tree somewhere? I probably should. I'll run around really quickly. I mean, I don't think it's going to work. So what's the harm? Doing it rapidly and then just saying, okay, fine. I'll leave a reversion save before setting sail. It's a tree. Oh, hey, free bread. As the vegetarian, I'm eating it immediately. This otherwise seems just like a blank area. So maybe there's a big old pine tree. Oh, hey, goblins. Oh no. So it's a super tough goblin. Alright. We'll reload. Just send me back. Was Yellow badly hurt? No. It just went really poorly right from the start with that invincible goblin, who we shan't be going to fight again right now. What am I going to do? Well, until it gets dark, I might as well look for a pine tree. But that just... I can't imagine just randomly seeking a pine tree bearing fruit here. Then again, I guess if we found one really healthy looking tree, it would stand out. I'm not going to slaughter you, cow. Yet. And the one nice thing is that... Hey, there's goblins respawning. But they're not the invincible kind. Are they the has money on them kind? They're the has food. Sweet. Shimino. Whoops. Shimino. Shimino. Okay, let's just do this. Shimino. Bust open the food bag. Banana. This is a loaf of bread, right? Bread. Pie. Butter. Just eat a big stick of butter. Okay. That's the spoils. We'll take it. Pumpkins. And meat. And a fish. Oh, they don't need it anymore. Who would have thought that the suspicious, beautiful woman who promised us treasure, if I would only let her lead me alone into a dangerous place, would actually have been betraying me on behalf of Batlin. Okay. Right or wrong? Uh-oh. There it goes. Sometimes the game just doesn't want to extend you to the third level of speed. Of movement. Let's go stay at the Sleeping Bull and we'll talk to the captain. Oh, kill the wolves. Oops, wrong way. Go down here. Well, in the past, that was true. Modern RPGs often are like, it's the rule that all of your sexy companions will throw themselves at you if you make the right dialogue choices. Hopefully those older reverts aren't even necessary anymore because I haven't broken the game. Perhaps I'll start deleting them if I feel confident. Talk to the captain in the light of day. I believe I've got a room here. Yep. Wait a minute. That's not good. I'll just say 8 because I think we might be game broken. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. And this time I'll try not to teleport through the wall into the wrong bed. I mean, you know what it's like at the end of a long day of adventuring. Let's light this candle. There. Give me a full 12, buddy. Hopefully I won't die of starvation. Arise, James. 'Tis time to continue the quest. I am literally dying of starvation. It's okay. Oh, Dupre has disarmed himself. I'm just going to trust these... I shouldn't, but I'm just going to trust these guys to draw weapons when the time comes. I'm going to eat this entire pumpkin myself. Don't look at me. So go face first into a pumpkin. I'm just going to eat. Okay. Hopefully that's enough. Ah, whatever. Have another pumpkin. Wash it all down with some more pumpkin. Everyone else needs to eat too. But this game does not want to encourage anyone to do a vegetarian diet, so I think the meat will fill them up faster than everything else is doing for me. In a pinch, the Avatar's not a vegan. I can eat that stick of butter if I need to. Okay. Here will be the reversion save. If it comes down to it, which we pray that it won't. Oh, I see. I'm not on the stairs. I'm on the rail. And then, is it too early for Captain Hawk to be up? Tough to say. Ah, there it is, Captain. A pleasure to see you again, James. And it's great to see you too, Captain Hawk. I'm just going to go and add you here to my characters sheet so we can take some notes. Captain Hawk. Occupation. Captain. So what can I do you for? Do for you, lad. I thank you for releasing me from that cell. I never expected to end up in jail or not wanting to sail in these blasted storms. If there's anything I can do for you, that just tell me. Captain Hawk is a man of his word. Yeah, they put you in jail. Now, if that ain't gratitude for you. Here, I refuse to risk the Arabella and them passengers to the terrible fierce weather. And one of them goes and calls the pikemen on me. Yeah, so you love your ship, the Arabella. The Arabella is my ship, lad. That's what I just said. She's named after me dear departed wife. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And dearer to me than a good stiff drink. And what passengers might you be protecting? I had 3 passengers for the trip over to Moonshade. There was a fella named Kane, a scurvy merchant named Flindo, and a pretty lass named Selina. Oh, that's Selina. She's bad news, buddy. I don't think we'll be bringing her. I think she's fled. Yeah, so what do you think of this Kane? Let me check my notes. He's a sheep herder. He doesn't have dreams as long as he has his brother Edrin's crystal with him while he sleeps. Sims I heard tell he was a sheep herder or something. Kane wants to go talk to some of the fancy wizards over in Moonshade. See if they can help him find what happened to his older brother who disappeared a few months ago. You can't miss him. He always does a bird with him. No, when you're marrying a pirate and that's in their vows, you're incredibly touched by it. And how about this Flindo? That worm. What do I think of Flindo? Flindo doesn't seem so bad. To me. He'd spit in your last cup of grog if he could. If he would. If he thought he could make money off it. Oh, thou art a fine one to talk, thou bilge, what a rat. Thou wouldst hold an honest merchant hostage to thy drinking sprees. Why, thou overgrown dung beetle. I told you when I landed these seas were no safe place to be with these forsaken storms. And thou shouldst suck salt spray for days on end, ye honest merchant. Then thou'lt know the difference between a drunk and a man with a thirst. Thou art the braggart that said he could sail through the fires of hell and back. And the only thirst thou hast is for more money, thou thief. Thief, is it? When I turned down every offer that hast made me to make me sail out to sea again. And I fear nothing the sea can throw at me, you barnacle. Thou barnacle. But I'll not deal with things born of magics, for I'm no fool and no mage. And I warned ye about saying false to my name before. Flindo was the one that bribed the pikemen into pulling me away from the fight he started. Yeah, Flindo he's, we don't love Flindo. What was your read on Selina? My read was that she seemed like she wasn't on the up and up, and then she wasn't. Pretty little thing, lad. Brought her over from Moonshade a while back. Might have been the return trip from taking that fat sage Batlin across. Oh, she's with Batlin. Good to know. And a sullen, bossy sort of fella he was, too. Did not even have the decency to lift a mug with me during the crossing. Bah! That's the sanguine cognition thing. I assume that they have we don't drink. We're too good for that. We just try to help our world be conquered by an extra-dimensional villain. But what was I talking about? Ah, yes. That lovely slip of a lass, Selina. She must have been someone's servant. Like Batlin's. Said she wanted to go home for a visit. Said she might be here for me to take her back. Ah, yeah. She's a servant. Selina certainly isn't one of those overdressed mages, for sure. I don't know. I don't know if she was the one who set the crazy magic trap, but it kind of seemed like it. She's too timid to be anything but a servant. Timid? Even in her, fake personality, she certainly doesn't seem timid. Okay. Well, now we're going to jump around, Captain, because I remember earlier you were saying that, what's his name there? Kane always has a bird with him. Bird must have been a sailor lad. Never seen anything like it. The bird is a real fondness for a stout drink. Doth talk pretty well, too. Meanwhile, you're saying that, Flindo over there bribed the pikemen? Aye, bribed. I heard some of those scum talking just after I woke up. Seems like Flindo paid them to rough me up, so I decided not to stay, could go back to Moonshade. But Moneybags Flindo didn't count on those swine getting greedy. Yeah, so you think the pikemen are swine? Well, to honour the fine keeper of this establishment, and thee, of course, lad, I'll try to be kind. So I'll merely say that Monitor's finest are no longer cut from the same sailcloth as Argus. Argus is the son of the innkeeper here, and now he's the innkeeper. And he's a good guy. He was formerly a pikeman. If what I've seen and heard is any judge, I'd say that the pikemen are more interested in money than in valor. Some of them for sure. I've rooted out a lot of betrayers of Monitor already. And my treasure. You have a treasure, you say? I don't want to seem too eager, but... Aye, a treasure. From me wilder younger days. These pikemen scoundrels tried to convince me to tell them where I keep my map. 'Tis lucky for me that Argus would never let 'em search me room. I never keep it on me. Hide it in me room most times. I shouldn't. I'm the Avatar. I shouldn't break into his room and steal his treasure map. Even if this game isn't keeping virtue score anymore. I'll keep the virtue score alive in my heart. So, yeah, Selina, you think her home is in Moonshade? I don't think she said. Oh, wait, no. You think her home is somewhere here. But I did perceive it was somewhere like Monitor. Oh, she never got specific, though. Like, maybe her home is Moonshade. So, yeah, you don't like the storms. Sailed the seas almost all the days of my life, lad. And I'll tell ye, there's nothing on the water I can't sail a ship through. But how can a man fight something that plucks a ship out of the water, turns a ship's sails into slabs of stone? And I'll not think me a coward to tell ye, these storms have me plenty of mindful of how deep them seas are. Could we make this journey, though? Because, you know, I helped you out. I can take you to Moonshade, lad. Wait for me out on the Arabella. We'll try to outrace these blasted storms. The Arabella sails in 2 minutes. We won't leave without us. But okay. We should find a seat. Like here? In the seats? Oh, no, let's get the... Yeah, there we go. That's a good seating arrangement. Here comes Flindo. Here comes Kane. We're not even going to wait for Selina. Because she's gone. I'd advise you to hold fast and keep a weather eye on that there horizon. We'll be running afar the wind. Hard enough to splinter the mast as it is. Here we go. Reef the sails and hang on. There'll be one of them damn storms a bearing down on us. Heavens help us. And... anything? That lightning definitely seemed like it hit us, but nobody's been teleported away. The ship's still here. Boom. That's quite a docking procedure. Here you be, lad. Yeah. It's an advanced technique, but that's how you can get forward speed boosts if you drift hard enough in your ship. Here you be, lad. I never thought we'd make it, but Moonshade lies over yon. I'll not even attempt to make the Arabella seaworthy until these blasted storms are over. If you be wanting Captain Hawk, I'll be at the bottom of a mug at the Blue Boar Inn. The Isle of Moonshade. Does it have an actual official island name? Let's take a look. Moonshade. Mountains of something. So no. Isle of Moonshade will do. Oh, you always have a bad feeling, buddy. You know what? Why don't I look at my map and see where we are? Like the in-game map. Aha, okay. Let's head east, actually. My finger ready on the C key. The only tactic you need for combat is to remember to press C quickly when threatened. It keeps reading my single clicks as double clicks. Is there a pine tree with my magic book beside it? How would I possibly find that tree? This might be the game that breaks me from my determination to beat the Ultima games without walkthroughs. Oh, pardon me. Sorry, Shimino, you're just going to have to sweat that poison out because... Everyone did draw weapons. That's nice to see. But yeah. I can't cast and Nox. I don't think we have a red potion, but if we did, we're not using it for a low-key minor poisoning. You've got 19 hit points left. You'll be fine. I hope. Oh. Oh, wait. We're up on the walls. It's an interesting... Ooh. Cool. Oh, you know what? Before we even get started here, and while we're enjoying the new song, going to duplicate the monitor sheet, rename it Moonshade, and then delete all the information from it. So I've at least got the formatting set. Perfect. Fortunately, whatever changes they make to Ultima over the years, at least so far, we'll see what someday, probably not next year even, might be 2026, we'll see. We'll find out what all Pagan has in store for us. But so far, no matter what changes they make, they have not changed the underlying primary gameplay loop of speaking to people. I am sorry, but thou hast mistaken me for someone else. Thou couldst not possibly be speaking to me, as I am a mage, and thou art merely mundane. Such impudence. Okay. Okay. Honestly. So, the people of Moonshade will not speak to us because I'm not a mage. Which means, obviously, I need to find my spell book. That sucks. Okay, look at the scroll of items again. A rock. Little ring. Blue egg. Crude brush. Ice wine. Bloody hand. Shield. And the stone heart. I did have a clue about who owned the stone heart. Stoneheart comes from the Mountains of Freedom. Mountains of Freedom are to the north of here. Dare we dream? the spell book will be found on the island of Moonshade. I mean, I have to. I need to believe that's possible. I'm going to hold out as long as I can, except for that one thing where I did look up to confirm that I was supposed to be going to that building on Selina's quest. I want to be walkthrough free, but it seems very plausible that this game is going to break me. Who's doing that? Knock it off. Ruined book. Can we read the ruined book? I cannot read this. The book is ruined. Well, that makes sense. What is this cool gimmick? I don't know. For now, let's keep heading up to the north. I mean, I assume these are the Mountains of Freedom surrounding us, but... Oh yeah. We're up in the Mountains of Freedom. The Stone Heart comes from here. The book is ruined. The author intended it to be the very rare type of narrative that is written in the second person. Too many editorial notes. The author succumbed to pressure and compromised their vision. You know, it's a good second-person book. Italo Calvino's If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. The main character of which is you, the person who is sitting down to try to enjoy the new Italo Calvino novel, If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. Who wants it? Come get it. Whatever that was, it went down real smooth. Is there an entrance anywhere to these mountains? Or perhaps some villain has a lair? Check the perimeter of the mountains. I'll check... we can investigate that device thing more. Another little... Drake. Goes down easy. Tiny little dragonling things come flying at us. And we're screaming, "The vultures will pick thy bones!" Okay. What if it's this sinister place? There's also bodies in here. Could be where the weird hand came from. Rotting skull. Disgusting. Corpse. Can we search it? We can. Nothing inside the small bits of rib cage here. Well. Let's investigate. There is a magic scroll down here. Ritual blooding device. Coffin. You would kind of figure this is a vampire's lair or something. Well, we'll take the scroll. Is that a broken column? No. It's like, dare I dream that's my book? Obviously need to find the book. For multiple reasons right now. There's a crucifix. Yikes. What's this? A trophy. It's a mounted head. What about this body? Nope. Okay, a big vineyard. Is there any hope that the people who live here aren't mages? Kind of seems like we might have come back into Moonshade. Excuse me, are you an elitist who won't speak to us? Excuse me. Good day, miss. In what way can I help thee, stranger? Oh, I have this strange wine. But actually, that's rude of me. What's thy name? What business is it of thine? Who art thou, coming into my city and asking questions? If thou must know, I am Julia, chief of rangers. Oh, I have a friend named Julia. She's also a bit hot-headed, but she's nicer than you. So some people... Okay, only the mages of Moonshade are too good to speak to us. So if we don't get any headway on finding the book... If thou must know, I'm... Oh, yeah, I said all this. If thou dost make trouble in Moonshade, I will see that thou art sent to the dungeons. Pardon me. Okay, my goodness. So you're a ranger. We are the guardians of Moonshade. The city of mages hath always been guarded by rangers. The tradition doth date to the ancient city of Moon, from whence our ancestors came. Yeah. I vaguely recall, not me personally, because I haven't played Ultimas 1 through 3, but the Avatar vaguely recalls a city called Moon. Thou art dredging up ancient history. You brought it up. In days long gone, there was a peaceful land called Sosaria. It was a land of many kingdoms and cultures, a paradise of individuality. But times changed. A tyrant named British overthrew the kingdoms and declared himself king. She doth refer to Lord British. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Oh, good. Shut the fuck up, dude. But she doth slander our liege. Ixnay on the ander slay our eagelay. The Damon British enforced a radical scheme of philosophy upon his subjects, forcing them into exile if they would not submit. The mages and rangers were bound by the travesty known as the Oath of Honesty. But what is improper but honesty? Asks Shimino. Nothing is more cruel than unflinching honesty. It doth shatter hearts, instill insecurity, and promote civil strife. Yes, but if you understand your virtue ethics, you know that Aristotle, the founder of virtue ethics, which I suppose Lord British is supposed to be an exile from Earth too. So he had that idea. The golden mean. Virtue is within the extremes of behavior and character. So unflinching honesty is just as bad as being dishonest. What you want is to be appropriately honest. Therefore, our ancestors fled the city of Moon in the land British conquered and sailed until they found this land. Yeah. So here we are in Moonshade. Aye, the city of mages. There's much magic here, and more than a little sorcery. The name is symbolic. Moon represents the powers beyond those of mere mortals, just as the moon is suspended over the world. As for shade, it stands for shelter against the cruel light of honesty. We believe in truth here, but only within reason. Well, that's fine. I'm curious about this magic-sorcery distinction. So can you tell me more about the magic here? Mages use reagents and such like to cast magic. The good or ill of it comes from the caster's intent. Magic, in and of itself, is neither good nor evil. But sorcery is another matter altogether. And on that topic, sorcery is outlawed here in Moonshade, but that doth not mean that some mages do not still practice its dark arts. Whereas magic is neither good or evil, sorcery, with its use of bloodspawn, hath no good intent at all, and the very possession of Stoneheart would have thee thrown into the deepest corners of the dungeons. Okay. I want to broach that topic carefully. Because I don't mean to have this stone heart. Just someone who had this stone heart now has something of mine. I don't know what. I understand this sounds made up. Okay. So, yeah. Reagents. Do you use the same reagents here in the Serpent Isle as we used back in I've said too much. Why ask me about them? I'm a ranger, not a mage. If thou dost wish such information, seek out Porthos. Do not trouble me to teach thee the rudiments of magic. I am no teacher. Thou shouldst seek Fedibiblio with thine annoying questions. I'm sorry, you said you have a friend named Fedibiblio? Fedibiblio is the master of novices here in Moonshade. It is his lamentable duty to try to make those miscreants into mages. Oh, so he'd be willing to talk to me, probably. If he doth not have time for thee, perhaps he could allow thee to satisfy thy curiosity in the library of magics. And, Porthos. Porthos is the apothecary here in Moonshade. He'll be able to tell thee all about anything thou wouldst need to cast magic. I hear the storms have cut badly into his supplies, but he should be able to help thee. Or at least he may have more time to deal with thee. I am a very busy woman. Right. But if I could ask you at least 6 more questions. What are these bloodspawn you spoke of? The sorcery thing. Thou dost not know of bloodspawn? Good. The less thou knowest, the less trouble thou canst cause. I will say that only that spells of great destruction require that vile compound. I will tell thee no more. Why would you even tell me that, based on what you said immediately before you told me that? So, Stoneheart. Sounds pretty bad. If somebody was possessing it for some reason and they wanted to return it, somebody, like hypothetically, thou art certainly ignorant. Thou art rude, interjects Shimino. And to be fair, this is a rude lady. My, thou art touchy. I meant no offence. Only thou dost not know things that are common knowledge here. Stoneheart is the ore that produces blood spawn. I know not how this is done. I'm not a mage. And I would advise thee to use great caution about who thou dost ask, lest thou find thyself thrown in the dungeons. Yeah, dungeons, you say. Beware that a step. The mage lord is apt to send any transgressor into the pits beneath the mountains of freedom. You got a real ironic lingo thing going on here. None hath returned from that dank, dark abyss. Your leader here calls himself the Mage Lord in camel case? Our city is ruled by the Maid Lord Filbertio. He is benevolent and wise and rules well. However, I gotta remember whenever we're speaking to mages to do a stupid Italian accent. Apologies to any Italian viewers. I know it's stupid. However, he doth not receive visitors, so do not dream of entering his palace. Oh, of course not. So, yeah, transgressors. Not me, of course. I don't have any Stoneheart. If thou art a mage, thou must follow the strictures. If thou art a mundane, thou must not overly annoy a mage. That much is simple logic. But as long as Filbertio is the Mage Lord, thou wouldst do well to remember that it is unhealthy to cross any of Filbertio's whims. Right, yeah. What are the mage strictures? 'Tis not my job to know them. 'Tis for the Council of Mages to enforce. In short, thou canst not possess bloodspawn unless the Council approves of it. And thou shouldst report any research thou dost wish to do to the Council as well. So they will approve some of this? Thou art as full of questions as a novice. No spell is ever purposely forgotten. But if it is dangerous, the council tries to regulate who doth have access to such reagents and spells. So who's on the council? Tell me about their governance structures. The council is comprised of the Mage Lord and 2 other adepts. They act as the voice of all the mages in Moonshade, except when a quorum vote is called of all adepts, usually on the election of a new council member or a new Mage Lord. Of course. So you're the guardians, you rangers, of this whole place. Dost thou think the mighty mages deal with every thief or common brawler? Certainly not. That is what the rangers are for, to stop common annoyances from bothering the mages in their work. And if thou art not a mage, thou dost qualify as a common annoyance. Oh, you know what? Maybe being a mage isn't just finding my spellbook, but actually doing the same stuff, just like I became a pikeman and monitor. So yeah, these mountains of freedom sound horrible. Ha! Now there's a fine jest if I ever heard one. All that was ever retrieved out of those mountains was the ore that was taken out while it was still a mine. Ever since Filbercio made it a prison, no one hath come out of there again. Yeah. Do you know anything about the strange wine we're lugging around? We have a bunch of random objects that got magic lightning onto us, not including any Stoneheart, of course. Thou hast wine from our winery. I hope thou didst enjoy it. It is the same vintage as the wine that disappeared. Hast thou seen our wine press? We're very proud of it. No, I haven't. Where is it? The finest wine press in all the land, for it operates by no human hand. 'Tis a magic wine press, my lord. All of a sudden she's calling me my lord. Made by the one and only Mad Mage, before he began his weird experiments, that is. So the Mad Mage doesn't use camel case for his name. Thou hast not heard of the Mad Mage? His true name is Erstrom. He lives on a small island away from Moonshade. He was once the Adept's mentor, before he went mad. Something about his experiments? Makes me ill to think about them. The Mad Mage thinks he can learn to create life. Or life from death, I should say. They say he hacks his assistants to use in his experiments, and that he doth have all sorts of hideous things wandering around the island. Failed experiments he turns out his door. Maybe that's where the undecaying hand comes from. Well, I think there'd be some spaces in there. Maybe it would be hyphens. So like Mage Lord with the camel case, hyphen Mad, hyphen Mage. Or maybe they go for efficiency. It's Mad Mage Lord. Like how the acronym BDSM has a BD part, a DS part, and an SM part. Those kinksters. That he doth have all sorts of hideous things wandering around the island. Failed experiments. I said this. Yeah. So yeah, wine. Make the finest wine that thou wilt find anywhere. Wouldst thou care to try some? Yeah, good. What wouldst thou care to try, my lord? Actually nothing. I don't have any, I'm not sure I have your kind of money. Well, interesting. So Julia is the chief of the Rangers. So basically like the chief of police. But she also seems to be a wine seller. Sounds like if we can find the wine press, we might find one of our things. It seems weird that when or at least the wine stores. And it seems like we're in the right place. Indeed. Okay. No. Where do they store their wine? Ranger. Ooh, this is a cool looking ranger. It's an entrapment scheme. That does make a lot of sense, Timpinsky. She's luring me in by calling me my lord. Hello, Ranger. A ranger is much like any other city guard, my lord. It is our job to catch thieves and stop fights. Nothing very exciting. Until one of the mages manages to destroy a section of town with his experiments, then things become lively. Those mages. Moonshade is the city of mages, my lord. Mages are very powerful. Many of them can do things that make my skin crawl. And oftentimes, their experiments escape, and the rangers must step in and take control. 'Tis my job, cleaning after the mages. Yeah. But you find that lively? Oh yes. Might be as simple as putting out a fire and rebuilding a section or two of wall after. But sometimes it's far more dangerous, like a dragon, one of Rotaluncia's daemons or some such. Never know from one day to the next what thou wilt have to face. I'm not allowed to ask this ranger their name. What kind of things? I pretend I do not see half of what the mages can do, my lord. I find it easier to keep my sanity that way. Some can summon fire or ice. Others can summon storms or demons. And none of it I want to know about, to tell you the truth. That's certainly, I mean, Selina's from Moonshade. I don't think she's one of the rangers. But certainly she was trying to seduce and assassinate. Escape? Either the mage tries a spell that is too advanced for him, or he simply loses concentration, I do not know. All I know is that suddenly we have people running through the streets trying to escape whatever the mage was attempting to conjure. And 'tis no mean feat for us poor rangers to overcome something that overpowered a mage, I can tell thee. Yeah, do you know anything about this strange wine I'm lugging around? Looks to be wine from our press, my lord, but you should ask my commander to be sure. Your commander, Julia? Julia's our commander. Stern woman, worthy of thy respect. There are those that consider her a handsome woman when her mouth is closed, if thou knowest what I mean. Yeah, I'm not wink wink nudge nudging that. Bye, bitch. I'm just going to be rooting through this place. I'm not going to steal from them. But it just seems like if I've got ice wine and it's their vintage... Shouldn't I be able to retrieve one of my items from here? Are these my carrots? Are most of these rangers just generic rangers? Yep. Let's see if I can still... Is this Julia? Good day, miss. So, we meet again. Let's talk about this strange wine again, Julia. Yep. Okay. It's the same wine that disappeared, but that's not causing us to... Decanters? Decanters? They don't... Okay, well. Interesting. Not super helpful, but it's something. Okay. We should try to talk to more people. Mayhaps we'll learn something. Hey, puppy dog. Hello, miss. What a pleasure to meet thee. My name is Butchia, and I attend this provisions shop. Is there anything I can help thee with? Do you know any information? I'm not certain I'll know anything useful, but in what art thou interested? Strange objects are actually pretty interesting to me right now. What sort of items art thou inquiring about? Oh, good. I can get maybe some dialogue on all of these. Let's follow up on the bottle of wine first. I got this bottle of wine. Hold on, though, Butchia. Butchia. The provisioner. Yeah, this bottle of wine. Allow me to see that bottle, but of course. This is Moonshade wine, made by the rangers of our town. If thou dost desirest more, something quiet at the winery on the west side of town. Very good idea. Let's go, interjects Dupree. This gets us no closer to finding anything, but okay. By any chance, is there a single tree on this island that produces pine cones and no more? Just a pine cone. I don't know where they come from, but Captain Hawk gave me one once. May I have this one too? No, not yet. 'Tis fine. I do not need another one. I do not pay thee to stand jabbering, butchia. Shut the hell up, Flindo. Must be getting back to work now, but it hath been nice talking with thee. If thou wert to be at the Blue Ball Inn at 10 tonight, I could discuss these things further with thee. Okay. Let me write that down. I hit the Blue Boar at 10 p.m. We can speak more freely there. We will not try to force our way into any locked buildings. We're trying to make a good impression here in Moonshade, to the extent that that's possible. When you are not a mage. Hey, automaton. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not trying to talk to you, Shamino, but thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Robot. Oh my goodness. Haha. I am the servant and protector of Torlicio. If thou dost not belong here, my lord, I must ask thee to please depart. I cannot help thee with matters of importance. My duty is only to protect my master and my master's possessions. So you're a servant. As I have said, I serve and protect my master's household. You're doing a bang-up job. See you later, pal. I want to talk to your boss. I am Torlicio, a mage of Moonshade. Well, there's DNA there, I believe. Shodan is System Shock, right? Well, there you go. System Shock's on the long list of games I'm going to do someday. On this stream. I am not a sociable man, so this will be brief. What dost thou desire of me, and at what price? You know anything about stockings? I shall be frank with thee. I want these stockings to protect the honor of the woman I love. The stockings rightfully belong to my lover Columna, but they were stolen by the bandit Stefano. I neither know nor care how thou hast come into possession of them, but I must have them from thee. As thou dost have something I want, then I am obliged to provide something to thee that thou couldst want. I offer thee one of my spells in exchange for the stockings. If thou dost accept, then give them to me. Yes? Will this work, though? Well, I'll just have to load if it doesn't work somehow. Ah! Now I have what I want, and I did not have to give thee a thing. Thou art not dealing with a child here. What? Did he not... Oh, did he not give me anything because... Oh, man. I feel like I need to go back. Oh, good. But I did this dialogue. Okay. To the provisioners, do the dialogue with Abuchia. But I'm thinking he's exulting because I don't have a spell book, so he didn't have to give a spell to me. So I'll just put off interacting with that jerk. Okay. Hey, Butchia. Or whatever your name is. Well, if you have some information about strange objects, I'm going to ask about a different one this time. In fact, I get a different set of choices this time. You know anyone who's lost a ring? What a pretty ring. A simple stone in a carved setting. So unlike anything the mages would have. All they think of are jewels and gold until they have driven out all the beauty. I'll wager the ring comes from the Sea City Fawn. Where else could such a wonderful creation come from? That makes sense. That's frustrating, but okay. What about this bloody hand? No. What about this urn? I do not know what that is, but it doth give me a shuddery feeling. Please take it away. Flindo acting like a jerk. She tells me about the blue boar. We're back in business. I am the servant and protector here at the canton. If thou wishes to conduct any business, thou must speak to my master. If thou dost not have any concern here, my lord, I must ask thee to please depart. So you're a servant. As I have... Yeah. We've heard that rigmarole. Hey, Flindo, how you been? Returned again? I understand now why Hawk did not wish to sail the open seas. I do not know how that would leave this island. Unless the tales are true. I hope thou dost like our fine city of Moonshade. If thou wouldst like to know about any place within the city, come to me. Right now I don't care. I'll talk to you later, Flindo. Thanks for thine help. He says, whatever. Because Flindo sucks. Right. Locked. I went down here. This is where Torricio was. Down here and to the west, right? So I'll go to the east. What's this place? Who's this? Excuse me. Hello. I am Duccio, the master artisan. How may I be of use to thee? You're a master artisan? I have an apprentice. I have automatons to help the work progress. That makes me a master. I am able to create or repair anything. I make what the mages need. That makes me an artisan. If thou hast need at the master, ask me. If not, ask Topo. Who's this Topo? Mine apprentice. Scrawny boy, large ambitions, big mouth. But he doth the work hard. When I yell at him, shows promise. I didn't catch your name, dude, but I'll note you as the master artisan, and Topo as the apprentice artisan. Tends to be a bit lazy, though. Must teach him better, and make certain he learns as much as he thinks that he knows. But you've got automatons. One of the bakes, one of the sews, one of the smiths, all from Torricio. They work hard. Do not talk back like Topo. Yeah. I've heard... I have a vague impression in my mind of this Torricio being a real jerk. Torricio is an adept. He makes automaton guards into servants. He does good work, almost like a master artisan. But he needs a magic to make everything work. I gave him a good deal on the metal he needs. Now I've got 3 hard workers made of metal. Not a bad deal. But it does kind of seem like this undermines your idea that relying on magic makes someone weak. So what do you think of magic? Torricio doth not ask about my work. I do not ask about his. All I know is that his spells are old, not anything created by these mages. Thou wishes to ask more? Ask Torricio, if he will speak with thee. Righto. So you made a deal with him. Art thou a master? No? Then do not ask what deal I give to others. Bad manners. You think his magic's really old? Very old. Maybe as old as the Serpent ruins. Maybe not. I'm not a mage. The Serpent ruins? What dost thou think I am? A teacher like a Fedibiblio? I should note, Fedibiblio the teacher. If thou wishes the history lesson, go to him like any novice. If thou wishes the work of a master artisan, stay. I do not have the time for such questions. So this Fedibiblio teaches the young mages. He keeps the library of magic. He knows the history. Speak to him. Do not bother Amia. The novices. If thou seekest knowledge, thou art a novice. One who seeks to be a taught. I am a master. I do not teach. I do not need the teaching. I am not a novice. That would be incredible. Fedibiblio Jones and Fedibiblio Smith. So you can make anything? The mages can speak plain enough to explain what they need. I can make it. Magical apparatus, swords, whatever. I can make it. They enchant it. 'Tis fair. You can make magical apparatus? I make all the apparatus for the mages, all different. Every mage wants something, a little different than the next. I can tell thee who a piece belongs to just by looking at it. I remember everything I've made. Dost thou have something thou wishest me to look at? Yes. If thou wouldst bring the object to my shop, I would be glad to examine it there. I do not have my tools with me now. We can't just take 10 steps. And so, yeah, you make swords, too. I do not have much a call for them. Not magic ones, anyway. But I have made a few. Unless it is a special order. Mine automaton makes it. For something non-magic, talk to Topo. If it's magic, talk to me. Alright, bye. Into the shop. Hey, one more time. Hello, welcome back. What is thy business? I do have business. Oh, what dost thou need? To buy, to look, to talk? I want to talk. A talk is free too, but I'm a busy man. You're the master artisan. I have an apprentice. Automatons, etc. Yes, we've talked about this. We're just back in the going through all of your freaking words. They can make anything. Like magical apparatus? Yes, you said these things. I do have something for you to look at. This is a piece of a lab apparatus the mages use. In fact, this was one of my first masterpieces. I thought it had been destroyed. I might ask how to come by this, but I won't. I do not want to know. Avasaculio hath been dead for many years. For years. So this belonged to Vasculio? And not good, that one. Sought to reach beyond life and rule death, and not good. The council killed him years ago. I thought they had destroyed all his equipment after they found the grave empty. But mayhaps Insortio took it. His grave was empty. They say he rose from the dead. They think he is looking for revenge. I think the council secretly decided to burn him. No one can bring back the dead from ashes. Oh yeah, you don't have the Cadorto spell here in the Serpent Isle? So this Insorcio, I kind of get his deal. Insorcio was a Vasculio's apprentice. Too much like his master, that one. Exiled now. Here he spends his time drinking away his sorrows on another island. And that's true. Well, I don't know what I've learned here. Bye. A farewell. Excuse me. Pardon me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Topo the artisan, apprentice to Master Duccio. Duccio. Thank you. You know, I mean, he was a little Duccio, but he's not that bad. I like him better than Insorcio. I should make this note. That apparatus was crafted for Vasculio. He's dead now. His grave turned up empty. Maybe Insorcio has his stuff. I'm a lucky man to serve such a talented craftsman. He's a good boy. Yeah, cool. Oh, I can sell gems here. But first, so you're training to be an artisan. I have worked with the Master Duccio for several years now. Soon I'll be able to open a shop of mine own. Topo's Treasures, I'll call it. Thou art an apprentice, boy. Thou dost not work with me. Thou dost work for me. Understand? Yes, master. I work with the pottery. The automatons have had trouble handling the slip. They generally crush a piece before it is fully formed and ready to fire. After firing, they are fine, but before, that is where I work. Oh yeah. These automatons pretty cool. And my master is one of the wealthiest mundanes in a Moonshade. There is no comparison to the mages, of course. We have 3 automatons, one for sewing, one for blacksmith work, one for baking. But the pottery one is tricky because of the slip. A slip is the wet clay that is formed into cups or plates or jugs, almost anything. If thou hast a patient enough hand, thou canst create a world of goods from mere clay. But as we know, I do not have that kind of patience for the sandboxy stuff. And the firing is the problem. A firing is where a piece of shaped clay is turned into the ceramic utensils thou art familiar with. By heating the clay to a great temperature, the water dries from the piece and it becomes tough and resilient. But if the piece is heated or cooled too quickly, it becomes brittle and fragile. It is a very exacting task. Who made thee a teacher, apprentice? Back to work. Yes, master. But we're going on. What do you think of the mages? That is where the true money lies in Moonshade, my lord. But if thou dost not possess a magic, thou must work for a living. The only thing a lowly mundane can hope for is to be able to afford an automaton from Tarisio to help with the workload. This Tarisio, what's he like? Tarisio is the adept that makes the automatons. No one knows how he does it. Art thou a mage, Topo? No, master, I am a mundane apprentice. Then thou dost not know what a mage may or may not to know. Laying it on thick there. Yes, master. Through most of the automatons Tarisio makes, though most of the automatons that Tarisio makes are strictly utilitarian, he is capable of making far more sophisticated models. Thou hast only to look at Petra. I can't follow up on Petra? So mundanes. That is the title the mages give those who cannot cast spells, my lord. They assume there is little to note of a person's life if it is not spent in pursuit of magic and pomposity. Yet they will never know the thrill of having a fine pot shape itself under their hand from a formless piece of mud. Mud! Mud! Back to work! Thou must lack for things to do. Yes, no, master. And an adept is like a mage. Those who are blessed with magical ability are not all equal, my lord. Some, like Andrio, are novices. Let me note the name of Andrio. The novice. Who still have yet to learn their craft. And some, like a Stefano, have little power to command even after... I don't know what I'll call Stefano's job, but little power to command even after they learn. Tell me more about Andrio. Andrio is my friend, which is surprising since he is also a novice mage. Perhaps the outrageous arrogance hath not developed in him yet. Enough of talk! Back to work! Yes, master. But let's keep talking, buddy. Stefano now. Thou wouldst like Stefano, I am certain. Although he can cast a spell or two, he's not very good at it. So he makes his living by stealing things from one mage for another. It is actually very amusing. He shuns his magic, and those who would look down on him must deal with him to acquire the things that they want. Perhaps there is some justice in the world after all. How many times have I told thee to stay away from that thief, boy? Dost thou think stealing is funny? No, master. I should to hope not, or I'd break thine head for thee. Yes, master. So anyway, Duccio. We talked about Duccio, your boss. He seems like a gem. Duccio is my master. He produces the finest goods in all the city. His pottery is famed throughout the other islands as well. Enough bragging. Humility. Thou must learn humility. So can I sell gems to you? Oh, thou dost wish to sell me gems, but of course. I will buy all thou dost have. Master Duccio has a constant need for gems in his most important work. I will buy gems from thee for 100 guilders each. How many gems wouldst thou like to sell? Geez. Actually, I don't want to get weighed down with guilders, so let's just sell 4 for now. I'll get 400. Sweet, sweet guilders. Very well. Here, take thy 400 to guilders. I will take thy 4 gems in exchange. Great talking to you. It was a pleasure to meet you, Topo. Excuse me, madam. What? Pardon, my lord. I bring thee greetings from my mistress, the sorceress, Roteluncia. This scroll is from her. Roteluncia, the sorceress. Okay, well, geez. So you work for Roteluncia. My mistress commands many powerful and strange magics and sits upon the council of mages. She is terrible to her enemies, but tolerant of those who aid her. I've been watching, Danielle and I have been watching some Star Trek The Next Generation lately. And so I'm renewed in my admiration of Brent Spiner and his performance as Data. And we recently watched an episode that wasn't great. I think it was called, A Matter of Perspective. No, that was the Rashomon one. It was the one about terrorists. It's in season 3. And it wasn't a great episode. They did not really, like, what they were trying to do was be like, are they terrorists or are they freedom fighters? Isn't it just a matter of perspective? Who's the real bad guy? What's the real best solution? But just like the writing never really came together. But it did have a wonderful moment where Data basically like comes up to Captain Picard and is like, according to my research, Captain, terrorism really gets the job done. It worked for the Irish reunification of 2024. Famous line. The episode was banned in the UK. Go figure. But anyway, most of the episode just didn't really hit the heights. But Data like just chipperly being like terrorism seems like it can really accomplish things. Was delightful. She is terrible to her enemies, but tolerant of those who aid her. And you have a scroll for me. 'Tis not an ordinary scroll, but one of the magical variety. I assure thee that it is entirely free of harmful magic. Cool. Well, thanks. Could we speak? So, what are thou looking at, eh? Who are you, madam? What's it to thee? Some call me the Rat Woman, but I'll have you know my rightful name is Mosh. Mosh, the Rat Woman. Oh, wow. I think I watched some of Young Justice when it was first airing. Young Justice gets into some New God stuff, right? Yes. The line that sticks in my head the most from the New Gods meeting is one of the New Gods, one of the lady New Gods, earnestly being like, apocalypse is home to gods of anti-life. All that wonderful, absurd Jack Kirby terminology delivered so earnestly. So they call you the Rat Woman. Snigger not at me. I have company enough. More guests in mine house thou couldst have in thine. I was a powerful enchantress in my prime before I was cheated of my powers. I think I only watched a couple of seasons. I It's been a long, long time since I've been paying any attention to superhero comics. But for the brief time that I did, I was much more a DC guy. And I love the obscure DC stuff. But your actual name is Mosh. Aye, Mosh. Wouldst thou wert to believe me, I could tell thee a story. 'Tis done, though not forgotten. I will not talk of it now. Right, yeah, of course. So you have company. The rats are my friends. Dost thou not like my companions? Sure, but I don't think we're in your home right now. Good. Then with time, perhaps, we could learn to like thee. You have your own house. It's not a bad place to live. The sewer's not bad. Art thou daft? We're supposed to be in the sewers right now? Scowl not at Mosh. Thou knowest nothing of what thou sayest. Each one of us makes life what we can, whether by fate or the treachery of others. Dost thou see me judging thee? Judging ye? Yeah. But you were an enchantress. I was once a beautiful young woman, and not so many years ago as thou mightst believe. There was a young mage who wanted mine hand, Chulachi, whose ill-fated son now languishes in the depths of the mountains of freedom. Better make note of that. But another stole Chulachi's heart from me, and I shall never forgive her for that. Another, you say? Thou shouldst speak to she who has done me wrong, the sorceress Columna, who they sometimes call the Green Sorceress. I've heard of this Columna. And she might have some of my stuff, if I'm reading the dialogue chains correctly. Listen to what she says. She's called the Green Sorceress. The rumors say her name stems from her attire, but I know the truth. 'Tis the very envy she doth have for me that hath spawned her title. Right. So she stole Chulachi from you. Where hath he gone? Bah, I know not. Nor for that matter do I care. Ah, but I can see thou still care, madam. Rubbish! 'Tis long gone, and I am an old woman now. So you know magic, though. My spells are not for sale, not to the likes of such as thyself. But assume not that all my powers have left me, for some still remain. I have no need for others, when I can create mine own friends. See for thyself. She's creating rats in the wrong environment. Okay, speak to us again. Why dost thou not leave me alone? What's your name? I know, you're the rat woman. You had one more piece of dialogue. Boom, you were cheated. I will not speak of that now, but suffice to say, she who looks like me deep inside hath taken from me all that should be mine. Righto. Well, I hope things work out for you, and that you find your way back to your sewer home. Okay. I've got a new magic scroll, it seems. Probably in my secondary bag to make it as hard to find as possible. Okay. And there's the other one. So one of those is... Okay. And just gilders everywhere. Oh, that's a statue. So who's this blue lady? Who's this green lady? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon us. Oh no. Wait, when I clicked the statue, it said statue, right? Yes. Goblin? Can I just not talk to the goblin servant? This cold place is locked. Well, this is an interesting place that I should probably try to figure out more about. What's this? That's a statue. Huh. This place seems sinister. Excuse me. Again we meet, my lord. I was thinking this might be Rotaluncia's place. My mistress hath dispatched me to see if thou hast read the scroll she sent. Just hang tight here. I should read it, I guess. I assume that using a magic scroll would cast a spell. Also, how do I know which one is the one she gave me? Scroll talks. Oh. Greetings, stranger from another land. I am speaking to thee by means of this magic scroll. There is no need to be afraid. Afraid? The Avatar? Why, the Avatar is not afraid of magic. But all barbarians fear sorcery. Be quiet, do pray. That witch can hear thee through that scroll. Who said that? Death draws near for those who taunt Rotaluncia the Red Witch. So. Yeah, so you like magic. I am the most powerful wizard in this city, and I could teach thee many things if thou wert not a mere mundane. But the Avatar is not a mundane. What is this that they say? Thou dost speak overly much, Shimino. Thou art not a mage, or I would have detected thy powers by now. Or perhaps thou dost shield thy abilities from mine senses? Most interesting. So yeah, the council. So my servant told thee that I sit on the council of mages? Perhaps I shall dismantle him to adjust a looser tongue. Not on my account, please. Indeed, I am one of the three who rule this city, along with Gistaccio the Decrepit. Gistaccio? Ha! I can see it, Cedric. And that the weak-willed profligate, Filibercio. So yeah, anyway, yeah, it's true. I'm not afraid of magic. That is to surprise me. Most mundanes are frightened by the very idea of sorcery. Mundanes? Indeed, thou art from a distant land if thou dost not know such a common term. The world is divided into two sorts of men. Those who can handle magics, and the mere ordinary folk. Oh, back where I'm from, we used to call them muggles before the whole thing became real problematic. The common folk, such as thee and thy companions, are known as the mundane. Good stuff. Not so fast. Thou shouldst know that I met with thine ally, the fat and loathsome sage called Batlin. Whoa, hold on. He travelled with a demon named Belus. Where did Batlin obtain such power? If I had this power, I could rule the Serpent Isle. Batlin travels with a demon named Palos. I think I already knew that, but can't hurt to write it down. Reveal to me the secret of controlling demon folk, and I shall reward thee with power beyond thy comprehension. I don't know the secret. I shall contact thee again, when perhaps thou shalt be more receptive to mine offers. Adieu. Righto. There was another magic scroll, right? Is this one also a talks to me one? I should save. Because it's probably a casts a spell one. Oh. Invisible for all. If I had a spell book, that'd be a helpful thing to have. Hey, Rotaluncia. Nope. Oh. Oh. A lamia? Naga. Although, I believe that is a lamia, and not a naga. At least based on my understanding of what a naga is. Here's a shiny place. Excuse me, helpful robot. I am the servant and protector of Stefano. If thou dost not belong here, my lord, I must ask thee to please depart. Oh, I've heard great things about Stefano. I want to meet him. I cannot help thee with matters of importance. My duty is only to protect my master and my master's possessions. Well, you're doing a bang-up job. I'm not stealing anything. I did not come to steal. I can see your master's not here. I'm leaving. Intrude not. Anger not the mages. I'm not. You don't need to follow me around yelling at me. All right, these people don't want to talk to us. Okay. Gotta find the Blue Boar Inn. Could this be it? No, this is what's his name? Oh, I didn't write it down. Torissimo. Hail! Pardon me. Oh, it's Topo. Well, where is Duccio? I haven't a clue, except that I'm here doing all the work and he's not. Well, you're not here either. You're outside. A lot of confusion reigning amongst the inhabitants of Moonshade. Might as well be Moongate, for all that they're not in the right places. Hey, there's the rat lady. Sorry, that's not what she likes to be called, even though she lives in the sewers with a bunch of rats. Here's the Blue Boar. Hello. Oh. You can't, Master Artisan. She didn't recognize you. Leave the bird alone. I'm not trying to bother your bird, Kane. Might I speak with thee? Ah. Welcome to the Blue Boar Inn. I am the innkeeper. My name is Rocco. Rocco, the innkeeper. Might as well take rooms here. Get another key on the go. It is good to have more visitors again. What time is it? I got a little time. Wrap up soon. We had despaired what with the storms and all. Yeah, so this place called the Blue Boar. Seems nice. Interesting name, is it not? That's fine. It sounds just like the one in Britannia. Oh, right, Shamino. I forgot that we have a Blue Boar back home. Anything is possible, I suppose. I inherited this inn from my parents, and they from theirs. 'Tis an old name. Perhaps from the time of the crossing. Yeah, maybe there was like some interchange of name ideas for a new inn. It hath been a long time since I heard the tale in full. Let me see if I remember it at all. For the most part, it had something to do with the usurper king and the mages. But for my folk, it was simply for money, I think. A usurper king? Back in the old lands, a domineering man, British or British or some such, usurped the throne. His rule was hard and unjust, so many people fled across the seas to this land. Sounds like he's talking about Lord British. Fuck's sake, Dupre. Yeah, so what do you think of the mages? As well as I can remember, most of the people that fled from the usurper were mages. I don't think that any of them are still alive, but thou canst never tell. Perhaps the mad mage is that old? Who knows? Certainly not the current mage lord. Righto, righto. You think the mad mage might be that old? The mad mage is a crazy old man that lives on an island not too far from here. Thinks he can create life. From what I hear, he once lived here in Moonshade, was a teacher or something, till he went to mad. Righto. The Mage Lord, meanwhile. Fabricio is the most recent Mage Lord, my lord. He is a man of curious passions. Not what thou would expect from most mages. Why? What are his passions? I'll simply say that I am mighty glad that my Petra is metal. That alone might keep her safe from his wandering eye. Oh, good, another magical pervert. We don't have enough of those in the Serpent Isle. One moment. It's not important. Cool. So, your folk just came for the money. Aye, plain money. The folks that came over were lesser sons and daughters who could never hope to inherit anything. They came hoping to start their own businesses, like the Blue Boar. It was named in honor of my great-great-grandsire's inn. Well, and that definitely explains why, yeah, it's connected directly. So what do you think of the old lands? What have you heard about them? Yeah. We get lots of perverts in our gaming here on 58 Dream Street. Let me think a moment. I am terrible with names like this. I have it. The old lands were known as Sosaria. And this land? Well, when the people arrived here, they thought to name the land after their old home. One moment. New Sosaria. Checks out. But then they found the ruins scattered here and there with all those snakes pictured on them. So most folks call this the Serpent Isle, though some still refer to it by its proper name, New Sosaria. Yeah, those ruins. Well, the ruins are on the mainland anyway. I saw the ones around Monitor when I was just a lad. There's nothing special about them, mere piles of old stone from settlers way before the New Sosarians. And they're all snake-themed. Either this place had far more snakes when those people lived here, or they worshipped them or something. There are snakes that carved all over these ruins. I don't even think that the mages know what they mean. And you haven't had many visitors lately. Of course, there is not much business now due to the terrible storms. But in better times our rooms are always full. Without interested in any one in particular. Yes, actually. Have you met the sage Batlin? Such a one did come through here, perhaps 2 months ago. There was some sort of scandal, as I recall. It was said this Batlin stole an ancient artifact of some kind. He fled by ship. Perhaps Captain Hook could tell thee more. Perhaps. Meanwhile, have you heard of the scholar Gweno, my buddy here's wife? Dost know her? She and I are the closest of friends. She stayed here for many weeks. Just how well dost thou know, Gweno? Elo. Have a little faith in your wife who constantly shoots you in the back with a crossbow. I swear I am innocent. We were only friends, my lord. So, yeah, where'd she go? Do you know? When she had studied all the materials which are available here, she determined to go to the Isle of Monks to read the scrolls kept there. The Isle of Monks? We've been there. They didn't say anything. The Zenkin monks live north of here on a forested island. They tend to keep to themselves, studying the prophecies of long-dead mystics. But thou canst not go there, for there's no sailor crazy enough to make the journey. The magical storms have destroyed every boat on the coast save for Hoxa, and he won't sail. Well, I mean, he's done it for me before, but anyway. Did Gweno say why she was here? The good lady said that it was her task to study all the cultures and beliefs there were in the Serpent Isles. She was planning to write a report, and she said that her discoveries would startle her countrymen. Probably all the conviction that our country is ruled by an evil tyrant. Whenabouts did she leave? It hath been a long time since we last saw Gweno. Many months. All right. I'm sorry I was not more helpful. No, that was pretty helpful. But anyway, could I get a room? We've nothing fancy. Simply clean a room so we keep the ruffians out. But thou lookst to be a respectable person. Really? We don't look like ruffians? We're in full armor and carrying weapons. The cost is 12 guilders per person. Was that like a room for the night? I mean, that's really expensive, but I'm going to say yes because of the gimmick where you only have to pay each in once. Here's thy key. 'Tis the north or west, a corner room. Great stuff. Not reading that robot's dialogue because it's standard robot dialogue. You know what would have been a great system? Just have it say unlocked if you double click on a door that you have the key to. But let's begin the suffering. Maybe I'll get it right in the first try. It could have happened. Oh, good. We have beige keys stacked on top of beige keys. But they do all... Does every key in the game look slightly different? That would be amazing dedication to an obnoxious system. Found it. Okay, we don't want to sleep yet. But it's nice to have our home ready. I'm not going to talk to Captain Hockey just yet, because we're not trying to get out of here just yet. We don't care about the craftsman. It's nowhere as close to 10 p.m., I don't imagine. Oh, we're getting there. Okay. I want to wrap up pretty soon, but milling about. No, don't chase us, parrot. Cracker. Walla walla. Dun, 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 dun. We've been in this place, right? Yes. That's for Valencia's lair. Is there any obvious way in, or are we going to have to get in the old-fashioned way? By being sentenced to eternity. Wait, hold on. Who's hungry? Is it me? It's the vegetarian. Is there anything left for me to eat? A stick of butter. I'm going to try to hold out here. Butter. Hey, it hit the spot. I mean, you know. It's not a dietary approach I'd recommend, but if you eat a whole stick of butter, it will fill you up a little. All right. Well, we've killed these dudes. Hey, they have some ice wine. And some garbage. Arrows. A bow. I mean, I'll give the arrows to Elo, even though... Just don't care about magic that much. Hey, Gilder's on the ground. You can eat a stick of butter here and there without immediately getting heart palpitations, maybe. I don't know. I gotta be clear. I'm not recommending anybody try this. Weird stuff. I'm gonna leave that there for now. Seems like new reagents, but I don't even have my magic book. And what if they're contraband? Who wants it? Come on, bring the smoke. Or come get the smoke. As the case may be. Yeah. Ooh. Here's a creepy abandoned place. Ring the bell. Light the signal fire. For some reason. Excuse me, madam. Excuse me. Weird. It's just a naked lady we can't talk to. She's living here in the wild. I don't know. Might be a glitch. Might be that she is nonverbal. Although you'd still think they would give us dialogue window where we found out she was nonverbal. She's living right next to an admittedly dilapidated home, but she could at least get a fire going for herself. But we're all free to make our own way in this world. Doesn't look like there's an external entrance. So probably I need to offend Filibercio. Kill these guys again because of the absurd respawn rates in this game. Too bad they didn't respawn some stuff. Maple trees. Well, we've killed a little time at least. You can tell it's getting dark. And we're back in town. Okay. Yeah, people want to eat. It better not be me. It is me. Okay, fine. I'll break veg. Unless... No, that's a bottle. Unless... No, it's all meat. Well, I'll at least do the pescatarian thing. I find it remarkably filling after subsisting entirely on fruit. 9:30. Here we go. Saving in case I do so bad at finding my way back to the Blue Boar Inn that the night passes. Here we go. The cool song. And here we are. Okay, that didn't take too long. And that's her. Butchia. I am so glad to see thee again, my lord. So you said you could be more liberal with the information here. 'Tis so flattering to be asked so many questions by thee, James. Of what so would thou like to know? Strange objects. Let's see. I got this hairbrush. Such an odd little brush. I don't know why, but it gives me a most unnatural feeling. Please, take it back. Okay. You thought we already talked about the lost ring. What about this blue egg? Oh, 'tis a rotten egg. Leave here with that. Okay, sorry. Come on, can we speak again, Butchia? I do appreciate that the game names people. What? Does she not want to talk now because of the egg? Damn it. Alright. We just won't bring up the rotting egg. And we'll run this back. As long as I don't force her to be aware of it, she can't smell it. Out of sight, out of smell, as they say. Hey, Butchia! Information on objects? Well, like, not a blue egg, of course. I don't know if she's gonna love this. What about this bloody hand? What dost thou have here? What? 'Tis moving! She's got nothing. What about this plain shield? Must have come from a pikeman. I guess I need to talk to more pikemen. What about this fur cap? Why, I sold that cap myself from this very shop. But ding, who'd you sell it to? Ordered it special from the furrier in Monitor. She obtained it from the far north, where the trappers hunt bears, snow leopards, and the man-eating guani. With the storms, though, it is too dangerous to sail to the north, and we cannot trade by way of land, for the swamp of Gorla cuts the mainland in half. About the fur cap, interjects Shimino. Yes, I remember. I sold it to the mage lord, who gave it to his favorite at the Feast of Illusions. And that is? I'm surprised that unusual fellow never bought one, what with all the other furs he was a-collecting. I'm sorry. An unusual fellow. He was here about 2 months ago, buying all sorts of furs and such. Obviously, he was planning a trip to the north. Of course, no one knows where he actually went, since he left in such a hurry. And you don't want to tell me his name. Okay. Well, nonetheless. Filbercio bought that hat and gave it to his favorite, who I assume was heading north. Good, I guess. All right. Nothing more there. Anything else? What about people? It would be wrong for me to speak about people behind their backs, so please do not tell anyone. Dost thou desire to know about townsfolk or visitors? How about visitors? Perhaps thou should speak to Rocco, the Blue Boar Inn. Also, Julia keeps an eye on all undesirables. Then she must have spotted Batlin. But Batlin can be very gentlemanly when it suits his purposes. A visit to the chief arranger might be a good idea. You can find her at the winery in the western part of town. Did you meet a traveling scholar at any point? Rocco could tell thee more, for he came to know her rather, well. I only know her name, Gweno. She left here a few weeks ago. How about the townsfolk? Dost thou have an interest in mere mundanes or mages? Let's talk about mages. Everything in this city revolves around the wizards and their cliques. Whom dost thou desire to know more about? Good lord. How about the mage lord? Fabricio is the most powerful wizard of them all. 'Tis said he hath some strange and compelling power over women. Not to me, of course, but he hath it his way with many other beautiful women. Thou wouldst be very surprised to learn many of them. He is not partial to visitors, so I doubt thou shalt ever have the chance to make his acquaintance. Right. I'd be surprised to learn. Perhaps thou hast heard of the name Rotaluncia? Yes. Okay. There's a rumor. Tell me about the Magister. Biblio is the Magister. 'Tis he who directs the seminarium, where young magelings are taught. In former times, 'twas his job to go to the mainland and acquire those babies which had the promise of magical powers. But each year there have been fewer students, until now the school lies nearly empty. Perhaps this has something to do with the multicolored storms. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I've heard of this Columna, and I guess she's associated with a Molino? Such an odd couple. Molino is one of our eldest mages, retired from the council. He's a good man, but often befuddled. As for Columna, she's only 1/3 his age, and such an attractive woman. There are many in this town who would like to steal her from Molino, but none hath succeeded. Okay. Molino. Old husband. Columna. Hot wife. How about Pothos, the apothecary? Thou canst buy no reagents in Moonshade, for the apothecary hath gone away. There's a tale that explains his absence. Don't tell that I told thee, but I heard that Pathos is on a secret errand for the Mage Lord. Oh. So maybe Pathos is the one who the fur hat came from? So maybe we'll find him dead of hypothermia and get something back from him. So the Adepts. Besides the Mage Lord, there are two others who compose the Council of Mages. Adept Gustachio is a wise wizard, but strict in his ways, aloof from mundanes. As for Adept Rodoloncia, she is a steeped in magic and a mistress of the arcane. Do not provoke her, for her anger is terrible. And what about the minor mages? Well, there is Mortegro. His specialty is dead things, spirits, burial rites. Not a pleasant fellow. And Toricio, a fine young mage with a burning ambition. He reads books, keeps to himself. And there is Frigidadzi, the frost sorceress. But that should stay away from her, for she is the Mage Lord's mistress, and he is a jealous man. What about places? Interested in seeing the sights, eh? Well, I can tell you about the islands or the mountains. How about the mountains? Ah, yes, the Mountains of Freedom. They occupy the entire shoreline on the northern part of the island. Be wary, for there are plenty of native monstrosities that call the mountainous caverns their home. How about the islands? I hope thou art not planning to visit the Isle of the Mad Mage, Erstrom. He was once perhaps a powerful wizard, one of the founders. But now I wonder about the man who feels the need to run from civilization. Now, if thou dost mean to visit Monk Isle, then I shall not discourage thee. Residing within the dense forest, the monks devote their entire lives to the pursuit of knowledge. Yeah. Is there anything else I can help thee with? No? It's a pleasure talking to you. I wish I could have been of more help to thee. You're pretty helpful. A pleasure to see thee again, James. What can I do for you, lad? Nothing right now. But okay, perhaps that's how we'll get off the island. Oh, is this the Lady Automaton? Can we speak? Yes. This is the Blue Boar Inn, and I am the barmaid. My name is Petra. The Blue Boar Inn. The finest eating and drinking establishment in all Moonshade, run by the finest man in all Moonshade. What madness art thou saying, Petra? It is not a madness, Rocco. I am proud of thee. Rocco the innkeeper, a finer man thou shalt not find. Tell me more about this Rocco. Thou mayest find Rocco a bit gruff, but he doth have a good heart. After all, he alone hath stood between Toricio and me. A great peril to himself, I might add. What do you mean? Thou canst not have failed to notice that I am an automaton. Toricio is my maker. Curse his black heart. Toricio is a man who feeds off the misery of others. He created me with the sole intent of having a captive to torment for the rest of his life. But I escaped and Rocco took me in. Wow, so you're in serious peril. Oh, my lord, thou canst not know what danger there is in thwarting the will of a mage. Rocco could be killed easily, and spells are untraceable, or he could be spirited away to hideous torture. No one would be the wiser. So I look after him as best I can, even as he doth care for me. It also helps that everyone believes the tale we have spread. And what tale is that? Rocco hath led everyone to believe that he and Toricio reached an agreement to have me work here to advertise Toricio's skill. In truth, my cooking ability doth do Toricio no small credit, and I dare say that it wins him many customers as well. But he is still a willful, vicious man who doth not take it kindly when he feels cheated, and I fear his vengeance for both myself and Rocco. So yeah, you're an automaton, but you seem a little different than the others. I am a magical construct, an animated body of metal. And yet I can think, I can reason, and I believe I can care for others. Whether this means that I have a soul locked away within the confines of mine hollow body, I do not know. All I do know is that I am much more complex than the automatons Toricio normally makes for the other mages. A soul. If thou dost love, if thou hast compassion for others, if thou dost feel the injustice of the world, art thou not said to possess a soul? If I have all these things, can I not say that I, too, have a soul? In this I am unique, for none of the other automatons claim to feel emotions as I do. But I do not know why I should be different. And what of the other mages? Most mages do not wish to be disturbed by the presence of other living beings. Therefore they come to Tarisio and to provide them with servants and guards of undemanding metal. However, the magic did not originate with Tarisio. He is merely the latest master of the ancient spells which he did find in certain buried ruins. It is said that automatons served those who dwelt in this land anciently. Even with all his magic, Tarisio cannot construct new automatons. He can merely reanimate those broken automatons which are discovered in the ruins. What better servants to have? Automatons can exist for centuries without any maintenance at all. They ask nothing. They expect nothing. They do what task is assigned to them until their magic at last fails, and then they simply stop. Well, of course, I did not mean to bore thee. I'm not bored. So you're a barmaid. I serve Rocco in whatever function I can. Barmaid, cook, whatever needs to be done. I have performed every job thou canst imagine here at the inn. Everything from painting the ceiling to keeping Mosh from stealing our fish. Can I bring thee something? Mosh, the rat lady? They call her the rat woman, which is not a very kind description, but it is a reasonably true one, I am sorry to say. There are others in town who can tell thee about her. She doth like fish. I will say that one thing for her. We could use some food. We have a fine selection of meals available for thee to choose from. Art thou hungry, my lord? Usually. What art thou hungry for, my lord? Honey cake. If thou dost crave something sweet, my lord, thou shouldst try mine honey cake. 10 guilders will buy thee a treat. Wilt thou have some? Yes. If times were not so bad, our prices would be far lower. Dost thou agree to 10 guilders? Yes, I already said I do. How many honey cakes wouldst thou like? I'm going to take like 5. All for me. Enjoy thy meal, my lord. Wouldst thou care for more? No, it's good for now. Great talking to you. Petra. I should have noted you down. Petra, the barmaid. Okay. They say the vegetables are good, but there's no vegetables on order. Alright. I think this is probably a good spot for me to wrap up for the day. We're back in it. We've got some leads on possibly finding, hopefully, the magic book. We got to try to find, what's his name? Fedibiblio, the Magister. Somehow or other, I got to get mage credibility, and I got to get, pardon me, my actual ability to cast spells back, and my demon sword. I need all kinds of stuff. And we're going to work on all that. For now, let's sleep. Just give me solid 10. We'll wake up. Alright, who needs to eat? Not I, but all the meat eaters. Shamina, open the food bag. We'll have to kill a cow or something soon. Everyone's satisfied? We don't seem to be in any sort of terribly bugged, game-breaking state. We're back in the swing of things. We are playing Ultima 7 Part 2 Serpent Isle. I suspect that there are going to be some hiatuses along the way, because this is purported to be a very long game. And I'm a restless person. But for now, this is the Sunday game. And we're going to keep on doing all sorts of different things. Will the goblin speak to me now? Probably not. No. Obviously, this is the place of the ice mage, Frigidia or whatever. Maybe offending her will turn out to be the secret to getting sent to the Mountains of Freedom. This guy's still not home. Run around a little for a moment here. Oh no, this is... Been in this place many a time. But I don't think I've been in this place. Maybe we do one last thing. If there's a person. A person! Excuse me. Are you an elitist? A pleasure to meet thee, I am certain. But I have no patience for idle tongue-wagging. Forgive me, but this is an absolute waste of time when there are other matters which are pressing. To work. Okay, fine. The rude botanist has been met. There's where we came in the first place. What's this place? This seems like it's probably the school. Well, we'll deal with it next time. The academy. There's too many people to talk to here. Can't do all those conversations right now. I am running out of the ability to speak. Yeah, they don't want to talk to me. Just looking around, see if I can just get a little more of the feel for this place and its layout. Which I probably can't. We'll do lots of struggling to find places we've already been during this playthrough. Ooh. This is probably the apothecary's shop. Oh. Anyway, okay. Good place to stop. All right, we're back in business. And for all its sham drudgery and broken dreams, the Ultima 7 games are cool. And so I'm glad we're back, and I'm looking forward to playing more. And I hope you are too. We'll pick it up next time. So, what's going on here at 58 Dream Street? Well, we've been saying this for a while, but I think it's finally going to come true again, that Greg's going to come over here Tuesday night. And we'll pick up with our exploration of the beat-em-up genre. For anyone who doesn't know, on Greg and James Beat 'em Up, Greg and James play beat 'em ups. We're trying to play all of them. Right now, we're trying to play all of them through 1993. And we've made it more than halfway through 1992. We're making progress. On the agenda for this Tuesday, SNK's King of the Monsters 2, which may or may not meet our standards for being classified as a beat 'em up. We'll find out. Tatsumi's Big Fight, that has the wacky subtitle, Big Trouble in the Atlantic Ocean. Will that be a generic game or a wacky game? I actually am leaning towards it being generic based on the arcade flyer, but I guess we'll find out. And then, especially if we reject King of the Monsters 2, we'll have time for a third game, Mutation Nation by SNK. SNK is a developer that we expected to be making some masterful beat-em-ups for their Neo Geo arcade system, and so far, they've all been fine. They've all been good, like pretty good even. But none of them have been like, you know, none of them are like the Metal Slug of beat 'em ups or the Samurai Showdown of beat 'em ups. Maybe Mutation Nation. I don't know. Friday night, we do Friday Night Frosthaven. We're playing the board game Frosthaven. It's been going on forever. It'll go on for forever more because we only have so much time to play every week. We are starting over in the Elemental Cores scenario. We had a complete disaster of an attempted show that is going to be hidden from the world forever last Friday. But what we did conclude is that it was time to just say we're defeated. We're not going to be able to beat this. We don't want to waste any more time because it's long. And every time we replay a scenario, that pushes the end of this campaign further into the future. So we're going to start over. And hopefully with all the knowledge we've gained, we're going to hit the ground running and get some stuff done. I guess we'll find out. But that's the plan. Next Saturday, more Space Quest 3, The Pirates of Pestilon. Making my way through the Space Quest series after the first Space Quest trilogy, which might be concluded on Saturday. You never know. Game's going pretty quickly. But it might take a third Saturday. But after that, we're going off to Star Control 3 to get ready to compare it to Free Stars, the true sequel to Star Control 2 that is coming out next year, finally. Space Quest 3 so far, I'm digging it. It's the King's Quest 4 of Space Quest games because it's made in the Sierra Creative Interpreter engine, but it's not a point and click yet. It's still a text parser game. I really like King's Quest 4. I'm really liking this game. I will say one thing that I didn't catch on to while I was playing it yesterday, but then when I thought about it later, when I thought about trying to like if Danielle asked me like, hey, what game are you doing today? Which she does sometimes. How would I describe Space Quest 3 to her? I realized the game has literally no plot. Like the inciting incident, or like the start, is just Roger Wilco is in suspended animation in the escape pod, which is where he was at the end of Space Quest 2. He gets picked up by a garbage freighter. You got to figure out how to get off and get a ship and just get off the garbage freighter. And then you would think Roger Wilco would be like, I need to get home to planet Xenon. But he doesn't. You just start exploring freely. You're doing it because you know you're an adventure game. You want to get those points. Then, instantly, Roger is being hunted by a Terminator. And you think, oh, okay. Now we're getting the conflict of the story. But no, the Terminator is hunting Roger because of something Roger did in Space Quest 2. And also, Roger almost immediately defeats the Terminator and is once again just free roaming. Right near the end, I didn't actually meet. I walked onto a screen with two characters who, if they saw me, would instantly kill me. If I hid for a moment, they just left. And the text referred to them as pirates, so they're probably the titular pirates of Pestilon. They probably have some scheme going that I need to foil. But I've got like half the points in the game, and that has not been explicitly expressed. There's really just no story. There's no plot. You're just doing things because it's an adventure game. Nonetheless, the things are fun. The graphics are nice. Resolution upgrade, even though it's still EGA, and they've made some lovely drawings in this game. The puzzles, except for one, are, they're reasonable enough. I'm solving them, having fun. The music is great, composed by the drummer of Supertramp, oddly enough. But with the Sierra Creative Interpreter engine and the expanded resolution, they also had Sound Blaster support for the first time in the series. The music's been great. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. But it is kind of weird. There's really no motive force for Roger's actions in the story. The story. There is no story. We're going to find out, probably next time, we'll find out what the story is, more than halfway through the game. And then before you know it, it'll be Sunday again. And we'll be in the Serpent Isle in a game that has so much story that I'm really concerned that I'm often going to lose track of what the story is, what I'm supposed to be doing. But for now, we're just trying to get to know people generally here on the Serpent Isle, or here on the Isle of Moonshade. See if we can get anyone to exchange one of our weird objects for one of the objects we want back. See if we can get thrown under the Mountains of Liberty or the Mountains of Freedom and maybe find something down there. And just see if we can get things going. Continue on the trail of Gweno and of Batlin and of, saving Britannia. And maybe making peace between Britannia and the people of the Serpent Isles. Maybe we can all learn to get along. They can learn that Lord British isn't actually so bad. Unless you cast the Apocalypse spell and talk to him after, in Blackgate, where he turns out to be a real jerk. Well, that's that. That's it. That's all there is. So hey, if you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice. I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time when we're just, talking to a bunch of people and taking a bunch of notes, which I love to do, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.